Surviving the 21st Century by Noam Chomsky and José Mujica. Interviews by Saúl Alvídrez. Published in 2025. Preface. In October 2016, I traveled to Cambridge, Massachusetts to meet Noam Chomsky. We convened in his office at MIT, where he had been teaching for decades. I was intimidated, having admired his work for many years. In a long exchange of emails before our meeting, we discussed my work as an activist in Mexico, particularly my involvement, starting in May 2012, with the Yo Soy 132 student movement. Inspired by the Occupy movement and the Arab Spring protests, Yo Soy 132 organized tens of thousands of students to highlight brutal police repression that occurred while the then frontrunner in the Mexican presidential race, Enrique Peña Nieto, was governor of the state of Mexico. We also protested biased coverage of the election and called for more government transparency. During the meeting, I focused on what I was then working on: technology to help democratic societies make collective and informed decisions. It was an interesting discussion, and I was surprised by the humility with which Chomsky approached the conversation and his efforts to understand the ideas I was trying to share. My English was not so good, but he worked hard to make me feel comfortable. Chomsky has an extraordinary mind, but in conversation he is kind and warm and speaks simply. In his office, there were piles of books everywhere, a small Mexican Zapatista doll, surely a gift from EZLN, the Zapatista Army of National Liberation, which Chomsky has long supported, and a large photograph of philosopher and mathematician Bertrand Russell, accompanied by a quote from Russell: "Three passions, simple but overwhelmingly strong, have governed my life: the longing for love, the search for knowledge, and unbearable pity for the suffering of mankind." End quote. At the end of the conversation, I told Chomsky that I had long connected his thinking about politics to the Uruguayan politician José Pepe Mujica, who served as president of Uruguay from 2010 to 2015. Mujica is a beloved figure of Latin American politics. Starting in the 1960s, he was involved in guerrilla activities with the Tupamaros movement, which sought to found a revolutionary state in Uruguay through armed struggle, taking inspiration from the Cuban Revolution. He was arrested for his revolutionary activities and imprisoned for 14 years, during which time he was physically and psychologically tortured. In 1985, at the end of the Uruguayan dictatorship, he was released from prison and returned to politics. Mujica's election to the presidency in 2010 came amid Latin America's pink tide, which saw left-wing parties come to power in Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Ecuador, and elsewhere. As president, Mujica became well known for his unique approach to the office. He refused to move into the presidential palace, donated most of his salary to charity, and traveled exclusively on public transport. The press took to calling him the poorest president in the world. His administration was hailed as a success, with Mujica transforming his small nation, with a population of just 3.3 million, into one of the world's healthiest and most socially liberal democracies. For some years, as I told Professor Chomsky, I had been fascinated by similarities between his and Mujica's approaches to politics and philosophy. During a rocky period in my life, I focused intensely on both of their works, Chomsky's books and Mujica's speeches, which became two parts of a mental dialogue of mine, and this had proved inspirational. Both Chomsky and Mujica agree on something that, it seems to me, they are nearly alone in stating clearly: that, in opposition to the individualist and competitive culture of capitalism, which is a completely antisocial culture, we urgently need a more collective, collaborative logic for our politics. They both understand, from their ongoing interrogation of the concept, that democracy must become more participatory as we navigate the immense challenges of our time. Participatory democracy not only opens the possibility for people to have a say in the structures that determine their lives, but also allows people to become politicized and exercise critical judgment of their governments. Their visions of the world led me to study classical Athenian democracy and to discover a history of the left I did not know, particularly critics of capitalism such as Karl Marx, Mikhail Bakunin, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, Emma Goldman, and Peter Kropotkin. From there I migrated to brilliant anarchist thinkers such as German writer and activist Rudolf Rocker, Spanish revolutionary Buenaventura Durruti, and Mexican social reform activist Ricardo Flores Magón. Chomsky and Mujica's work also led me to indigenous and decolonial philosophy. I told Professor Chomsky all of this, and then made a proposal. I wanted to bring Chomsky and Mujica together to make a documentary film. I had brought along Maria Ayub, a friend and young filmmaker, to our meeting. The film, we proposed, would give Chomsky and Mujica an opportunity to speak to our generation, young people searching for a sustainable path for the future. I am a millennial, born in 1988, but I was also thinking of Gen Z and the generations that would come after. As I told Chomsky, I am convinced that our civilization is ecologically, economically, politically, and socially unsustainable. What advice, I wondered, might Chomsky, born in 1928, and Mujica, born in 1935, offer younger generations as a way out of 21st century predicaments? Chomsky, somewhat to my surprise, gladly accepted our invitation. Chomsky and Mujica had never met, though Chomsky confessed enormous respect for Mujica. I felt excitement about putting them in conversation. From Cambridge, I returned home and then headed to Ecuador. There, I tried to contact Mujica, eager to arrange the conversation I had imagined. In Quito, I found a friend of Mujica's wife, Lucia Topolansky, and told him about the proposal I made to Chomsky. Topolansky is also a Uruguayan politician and former revolutionary. At the time, she was a senator, and she would later serve as vice president of Uruguay from September 2017 to March 2020. My connection took out his cell phone, made a call, handed me the ringing phone, and said, "It's Lucia, tell her." I asked if I could visit her and her husband and extend the same proposal that Chomsky had already accepted. She agreed, and we arranged a meeting at their farm on the outskirts of Montevideo. I traveled to Uruguay in January 2017. I arrived in Montevideo wearing an old pair of beaten-up shoes. On the way there, I had thought nothing of my appearance, but I later decided I did not want to show up at Mujica's home looking bedraggled. The day before my appointment, I walked the streets of Montevideo in search of new shoes. I bought a pair of shining white sneakers and wore them, along with jeans and a black t-shirt, to visit Mujica's farm. When I arrived, Mujica was wearing shorts and an old shirt absent a few buttons. The shirt was dirty, as if he had just been fixing a tractor engine. He was wearing sandals and hadn't shaved for a few days. He looked like a peasant. As I entered the room where he was, he looked me up and down and said wryly in a low voice, "Let's see, a crisp shirt and new sneakers?" I hurried to greet him. I started to share the impact his thinking had had on me. We discussed the political situation. I focused on direct democracy, one of his major interests, and what could be done to help citizens become more directly involved in government. It's a theme that Mujica references often in the pages to come, particularly in connection with the powerful example of ancient Athenian democracy. He was sympathetic and grasped immediately the conversation I wanted to arrange. Mujica has a unique magnetism. He is authentic and passionate with a cutting sense of humor. He can say complex and profound things in a simple and beautiful way, making him, as many have commented, a contemporary philosopher-poet. He speaks with a special depth. I suspect this seriousness is not uncommon in people who have known torture and the extremes of human suffering. I told him I did not know how well I understood the contemporary political moment, but that I had learned from his career and from the work of Noam Chomsky and tried to adapt those lessons for my generation. His work had brought meaning to my life when I needed it most, and I wanted to share it with other young people through a documentary that would bring him together with Chomsky for the first time. Mujica agreed. I was hugely excited to see what would happen when these two hyper-disruptive elements, Chomsky and Mujica, came together in conversation. From that point on, it was a matter of coordinating schedules, which was not easy. But in July 2017, everything was arranged. I traveled with Chomsky and his wife, Valeria Wasserman Chomsky, to spend a weekend at the Mujica Topolansky farm. Valeria was indispensable in making the meeting possible. She contributed to the conversation as well, commenting on her native Brazil. For me, it was historic, the meeting of probably the most influential living intellectual and the most beloved politician in the world. We filmed for 3 days. Transcripts of these interviews, along with a lecture delivered by Noam Chomsky at Montevideo City Hall on July 17, 2017, Prospects for Survival, form the basis of this book. Accompanied by Valeria and Lucia, Chomsky and Mujica spent the weekend enjoying a barbecue and talking about love and death, the economy and freedom, and much else. I had an idea of the topics I wanted to explore, but I did not have a rigid set of questions. I let them expand freely on areas that interested them. Chomsky and Mujica also questioned each other. We went around the globe in terms of geopolitical analysis. We talked about numerous governments, capitalist culture, individualism, consumerism, and the crisis of democracy. We talked, above all, about the threats particular to the 21st century, such as climate change, growing social and economic inequality, and political instability. I returned to Mexico thinking I would soon finish and release the documentary, but what followed was more challenging than expected. The production costs of filming in Uruguay were surprisingly high, and I had to look for financial support. In August 2022, I supplemented my original interviews with a conversation with Chomsky and Mujica on Zoom, touching on the ongoing war in Ukraine. In November 2023, I returned to visit and film with Mujica. Taking advantage of a trip to Uruguay made by the musician and activist Roger Waters, co-founder of Pink Floyd, who had signed on to narrate the documentary. During 2024, along with an extraordinary team, I worked on structural issues and the final details of the film. We are now in post-production. Its forthcoming release is hugely exciting for me. The conversations captured in this book are being published at an opportune time, as both Noam Chomsky and José Mujica have fallen silent. Chomsky suffered a massive stroke in the U.S. in June 2023 and has since moved to Brazil to receive specialized treatment. The Chomskys have had a home in Brazil since 2015. He now has difficulty speaking and has not been able to comment publicly on events since his stroke. Pepe Mujica shared in April 2024 that doctors had found a cancerous tumor in his esophagus, and he later underwent radiotherapy. In September, he appeared to be in remission, but he announced in January 2025 that the cancer in his esophagus had spread to his liver and that he had chosen to forego further treatment. "Don't ask me for more interviews or anything else," he said. "My cycle is over." Mujica died on May 13, 2025. I will conclude with 2 quotations, perhaps the most valuable ideas I've taken from Noam Chomsky and José Mujica. From Chomsky, think for yourself. From Mujica, real triumph is getting up every time you fall and starting again. Saúl Alvídrez, May 2025. Chapter 1. Introductions. Noam Chomsky. Born December 7, 1928, in Philadelphia, Noam Chomsky is one of the most influential scholars in the world and an iconic activist and dissident. He is Institute Professor Emeritus at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where he has worked since 1955. Since 2017, he has been Laureate Professor of Linguistics at University of Arizona, as well as the Agnes Nelms Howry Chair in the program in Environment and Social Justice. Considered a founder of modern linguistics, Chomsky is one of the most cited scholars in modern history. Among his groundbreaking books are Syntactic Structures, Language and Mind, Aspects of the Theory of Syntax, and The Minimalist Program, each of which has made distinct contributions to the development of the field. He has received numerous awards, including the Kyoto Prize in Basic Sciences, the Helmholtz Medal, and the Ben Franklin Medal in Computer and Cognitive Science. Chomsky introduced the Chomsky hierarchy, generative grammar, and the concept of a universal grammar, which underlies all human speech and is based in the innate structure of the mind/brain. Chomsky has not only transformed the field of linguistics, but his work has also influenced fields such as cognitive science, philosophy, psychology, computer science, mathematics, childhood education, and anthropology. With a long trajectory as an activist that began in his youth, he risked his academic career to protest the Vietnam War, and was arrested while taking part in numerous demonstrations. He faced a long prison term after being charged with conspiracy, but his trial was canceled at the last minute due to the political and media commotion it generated. As one of the first intellectuals to fiercely oppose the war in Vietnam, he was included on President Richard Nixon's enemies list, and he has also been the target of hostility from Israel due to his long support for the rights of the Palestinian people. Chomsky remains a leading critic of U.S. foreign policy and its continuing military interventions around the world, of contemporary state capitalism, and of the mass media. After retiring from active teaching at MIT, he has continued his political activism, including opposition to the 2003 invasion in Iraq, and support for the Occupy Wall Street movement, as well as many other causes for freedom and social justice around the world. His best-selling political works include Hegemony or Survival, Failed States, and Who Rules the World? The New York Times once wrote, quote, "In terms of the power, range, novelty, and influence of his thought, Noam Chomsky is arguably the most important intellectual alive today." Chomsky introduces himself. I'm Noam Chomsky, Emeritus Professor at MIT and currently a professor at the University of Arizona. I wrote my first article in the 4th grade. I can easily remember the date because it was about the fall of Barcelona to Franco's troops. I'm sure it wasn't a memorable essay. I hope it's disappeared. But it was about the spread of fascism in Europe, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Toledo, Barcelona, which felt like the end of any hope of freedom in Spain and seemed like an inexorable spread of true terror in that time, 1939. From then on, I have simply never stopped writing. I loved books as a child. When I was a teenager, I spent a lot of time reading, and I was involved in left-wing activism, much of it connected to the Zionist movement, in particular, a part of the movement that opposed the creation of a Jewish state. A Jewish state was a mistake, and once established, it became a state like any other. On the left, we were in favor of cooperation between the Jewish working class and the Palestinian community. That was part of the Jewish movement back then, although it's hard to believe today. I participated in this movement and politics in general while studying and spending time with friends. In those days, it was unusual to go to a university other than your local university. At the time, you lived and worked near your home, and you went to the nearest university, so that's what I did at 16. I didn't like the University of Pennsylvania much. I would have dropped out if I hadn't found the graduate courses. Once I found the graduate courses, I created a kind of exotic degree for myself, but I was always involved in some kind of political activism. My first political influences came from my family, not my immediate family, but my extended family. I grew up in an intensely Jewish environment, one that was secular, but Jewish. Most of my family were first-generation Jewish immigrants, working class, but many of them unemployed. Some of them were members of the Communist Party, and others leftist anti-communists, which meant that they were critical of communism from the left. I lived in Philadelphia, 100 miles from New York City, and when I was old enough to do things on my own, around 12 years old, My parents let me go to New York and stay with relatives. I spent my days in anarchist bookstores, tiny shops crammed with left-wing European immigrants, many from Spain. I metabolized a lot of material about the Spanish Civil War and things from anarchist literature. There were also many older people who had an influence on me, in particular an uncle who was involved in all kinds of radical activities. Noam Chomsky as seen by José Mujica. I have been reading about Noam Chomsky for a long time. He has always fascinated me. I think back to the era of the Vietnam War, when he was one of the intellectuals responsible for ending the war. I have been a skeptic and libertarian socialist my whole life, and in this, much of my thinking aligns with Noam's. At this point, he's the greatest crazy person left, in a world of great conformity. Dear Noam Chomsky, I am grateful to have been given the opportunity to meet you. Your work as an activist has helped us sustain the most difficult and engaging of freedoms, the freedom of thought. There is no future without committed intellectuals. The struggle for freedom never ends, because on every road there is pain and selfishness. But with each new dawn, cooperation and solidarity are reborn. It's an honor to have Noam in Uruguay. Latin America is a collection of fragmented countries. We have mestizo people, we have indigenous populations, and African and Mediterranean blood. Latin America is a synthesis of refuge, oppression, and slavery, and yet, being born late, it endeavors and struggles to build hope for all humanity. We Uruguayans are great because of our smallness. We fight for development, but we refuse to pay with our happiness. Our greatest wealth is the miracle of being alive in this beautiful little corner of the world, and we honor life without fanaticism and with tolerance. Thank you, Noam, for being here. José Mujica. José Mujica, better known as Pepe, was born in Uruguay on May 20th, 1935, in the Paso de la Arena neighborhood of the city of Montevideo. He was president of Uruguay from 2010 to 2015, and internationally known for the clarity of his thinking and for his austere way of life, which earned him nicknames such as the poorest president in the world and the wise man of the South. It is difficult to imagine a more beloved politician in the world than Pepe Mujica, who was famous for speeches full of insight, frankness, depth, and beauty. Mujica died of cancer on May 13, 2025, a week before his 90th birthday. Mujica came from Basque and Italian ancestry, and was born into a humble family. His father died when he was 6 years old, so from an early age he farmed chrysanthemums to sell in local markets, which became the family's livelihood. He attended primary and secondary school in the public school in the neighborhood where he was born, and later entered law school, which he did not complete. In 1956, he began his militancy in the National Party and became General Secretary of the youth wing of the party. He left the National Party in 1962 to participate in the founding of the Union Populaire. But in the same decade, faced with a bleak political situation plagued by violence and government authoritarianism, Mujica joined the guerrillas, known as the Movimiento de Liberación Nacional, the Tupamaros, and went underground. Early Tupamaros efforts included robbing banks and distributing food to the poor. In 1968, Tupamaros began efforts to undermine the established order, including raids on arsenals, arson, and assassinations of police officers. After a June 1973 military coup in Uruguay, Tupamaros was targeted intensely, with 300 members killed and more than 3,000 imprisoned. During his guerrilla activity, Mujica was wounded 6 times and arrested and incarcerated at Punta Carretas prison in Montevideo. He escaped, was imprisoned again, and then participated in a second escape, sometimes said to have been the largest prison escape in history. In total, he was imprisoned 4 times, was brutally tortured physically and psychologically, and spent almost 15 years in prison. His last period of detention was from 1972 to 1985, during which he suffered harsh conditions of isolation that brought him to the brink of madness. In 1985, at the end of the dictatorship, he was released from prison and, together with the members of Tupamaros and other left-wing parties, created the Movimiento de Participación Popular, MPP, within the political coalition Frente Amplio. In the 1994 elections, Mujica was elected deputy for Montevideo, and in the 1999 elections he was elected senator. In the 2004 elections, his movement was consolidated as the leading force within the ruling party. And in March 2005, Mujica was appointed Minister of Livestock, Agriculture, and Fisheries. On November 29, 2009, he was elected President of Uruguay, winning more than 52% of the votes cast, and was sworn in on March 1, 2010. The oath was administered by his wife, Lucia Topolansky. She had also been a prominent guerrilla and subject to long years in prison and brutal torture. Topolansky served as the Vice President of Uruguay from September 2017 to March 2020. In 2013, The Economist declared Uruguay the country of the year, praising radical liberal reforms recently implemented by the government. Among other accomplishments, Mujica regulated the production, sale, and consumption of marijuana, decriminalized abortion, and legalized gay marriage. Once his term ended, Mujica was re-elected as senator for the 2015 to 20 and 2020 to 25 terms, but on October 20, 2020, he resigned from the post because of the COVID-19 pandemic and his advanced age. For decades, Mujica and his wife Lucia lived in modest conditions on a farm in the Rincón del Cerro area, where they grow flowers. They maintained this residence during Mujica's presidential term, refusing to move into the presidential palace. During that period, Mujica donated 90% of his $12,000 monthly salary and always traveled on public transport in second class during official trips. His patrimony consists of the farm in the rural outskirts of Montevideo and a 1987 Volkswagen Beetle. His net worth was $1,800 when he took office, and, although during his presidency Mujica occasionally abandoned his characteristic informal attire and on important occasions wore a tailor-made suit, he never wore a tie. An icon of the Latin American left, Mujica was a disruptive figure who showed that there is a different way of doing politics. Mujica introduces himself. My name is José Mujica. Like many with the name José, Pepe is my nickname. My father's family is from a little corner of the Basque country. My mother's family were Italian peasants from Liguria, which is in northwestern Italy. I was born in a neighborhood full of ranches, a little way from the city, but some distance from the countryside. I love the land. I am also a peasant. I feel close to the earth and love nature. I cultivate philosophical sobriety, and I'm a kind of neo-stoic. I am a very lucky guy. Death has been around me many times, but it didn't want to take me. I have been given time. When I was young, I had the defects of all young people. I fell in love a few times. I wanted to change the world. I became a militant and went to prison. Our movement decided to change after the end of the dictatorship. We turned to legal militancy. We began to move forward. We accepted the rules of liberal democracy. I was deputy, then senator, minister, president, and now I am saying goodbye to politics. José Mujica as seen by Noam Chomsky. Prior to meeting José Mujica, I had read much about his remarkable career and accomplishments. Mujica was a guerrilla with the Tupamaros. He suffered greatly and was treated terribly during his years in prison, and nothing like what happened to him should be tolerated anywhere in the civilized world. It is incredible that he managed to endure it all and emerge as such an honorable human being. I also knew about the admirable lifestyle he assumed when he became president of Uruguay and the work he did as a senator and as president. One of the most outstanding things about his career, I might point out, is that he did not participate in the corruption that is so pervasive, not only in Latin America, but everywhere in politics, and he has lived a simple life, honest and committed to work for the benefit of the people, something that is extremely unusual in a political leader. It is very difficult to find another such case. I think Pepe is the most captivating and important political figure in the world today. Chapter 2. How did we get here? Prospects for survival. Noam Chomsky. Like it or not, we happen to be living in the most extraordinary period of human history. In recent years, humans have constructed 2 huge sledgehammers poised to destroy us, with others waiting in the wings. Along with these achievements, the dominant forces in global society have instituted policies that systematically erode our best line of defense against self-destruction. In brief, human intelligence has created a perfect storm. If it continues to rage, the human experiment is unlikely to survive very long. It appears that we are dedicating ourselves to confirming a grim thesis formulated by one of the leading modern biologists, the late Ernst Mayr. He was considering the possibility of finding intelligent life elsewhere in the universe and concluded that the prospects were dim. His reasons have considerable bearing on our current plight. Mayr observes that we have one sample, Earth. There have been, he estimates, about 50 billion species on Earth, so we have fairly good evidence on biological success. The evidence, he argues, is quite clear. The most successful organisms are those that mutate quickly, like bacteria, or that have fixed niches to which they keep, whatever happens, like beetles. As we move up the scale of what we call intelligence, biological success declines. Large mammals never did very well. Humans are a statistical blip in the past few 100,000 years. The history of life on Earth, Mayr concludes, refutes the claim that it is better to be smart than to be stupid. In other words, what we call intelligence may in fact be a lethal mutation. Mayr adds that the average lifespan for a species is about 100,000 years. Modern humans emerged about 200,000 years ago. They now appear to be engaged in a dedicated effort to confirm Mayr's thesis, to show that we have perhaps outlived our allotted time on Earth. This enterprise has been underway particularly since the end of World War II, when 2 imminent threats to survival were constructed by human intelligence and followed by systematic erosion of the means of defense. The 2 awesome challenges to decent survival are, of course, nuclear weapons and environmental catastrophe. The best defense would be a functioning democracy in which informed and engaged citizens join together to develop means to overcome the threats, as can be done. However, policy making during the neoliberal years of the past generation has significantly enhanced these threats. By design, the policies enacted tend to exclude the general population from participation in policy formation, often even from awareness of such processes. These policies have sharply concentrated wealth, and thereby political power, undermining institutions that might be responsive to the public will. They are well designed to diminish authentic democracy. Associated with this erosion of democracy is a methodical assault on an effective regulatory apparatus that might mitigate the threats. Let me try to bring together some strands of recent history that intertwine, I think, in order to show that a perfect storm is all too plausible. The end of World War II was one of the most important moments in human history. It was a time of joy and also of horror, with the dawn of the nuclear age, an age overshadowed by the dark realization that human intelligence had created the means for our terminal destruction. It was not understood at the time, but the end of World War II also signaled the beginning of another era that threatens organized human existence, the Anthropocene, a new geological epoch in which human activity is dramatically changing the environment. There have been debates about its inception. The World Geological Society has settled on 1950, partly because of radioactive elements dispersed across the planet by nuclear bomb tests, but also in light of other consequences of human action, including a sharp increase in greenhouse gas emissions. So the nuclear age and the Anthropocene coincide. One index of the severity of imminence of crisis is provided graphically by the famous doomsday clock of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. Scientists and political analysts meet regularly to evaluate the state of the world and to determine how close we are to terminal disaster, represented by midnight on the clock. The clock was first set in 1947. With the minute hand at 7 minutes to midnight. In 1953, after the USSR exploded an H-bomb, following a much larger H-bomb explosion by the United States, it was advanced to 2 minutes to midnight. It has oscillated since. In 2015 to 2016, the hand was again moved forward and set at 3 minutes to midnight, the closest we had been to terminal disaster since the early 1980s, when there was a major war scare. The reasons in 2015 to 16 were the mounting threat of nuclear war and the failure to deal with climate change, which had not been considered before. In the wording that accompanied the setting of the clock, quote, "The probability of global catastrophe is very high, and the actions needed to reduce the risks of disaster must be taken very soon," end quote. That was 2016. At the outset of the first Trump presidency, the analysts reset the clock, moving the hand still closer to midnight. The reason, in their words, is that they found, quote, "the danger to be even greater, the need for action more urgent. It is 2.5 minutes to midnight. The clock is ticking. Global danger looms," end quote. The closest to terminal disaster since 1953, when the United States and the USSR tested H-bombs. Footnote: as of May 2025, the doomsday clock is set to 89 seconds to midnight. That earlier close brush with terminal disaster is worth attention. It tells us a good deal about policymaking and world order. The obvious question is, was the crisis avoidable, and what efforts were made to avoid it? The answer is startling and fraught with grim lessons for today. At the end of World War II, the United States was remarkably secure. It controlled the entire Western Hemisphere, both oceans, and the opposite sides of both oceans. It enjoyed overwhelming economic and military superiority. It largely controlled the major industrial states, and had been severely weakened or almost destroyed by the war, while the American economy boomed. Industrial production almost quadrupled, and the basis was laid for rapid post-war expansion. The United States had long had by far the largest economy in the world, with unique advantages, but had not been a major player in world affairs, ceding that role to Britain and France. The war left the United States in a position of power with no historical precedent. Though the United States was indeed remarkably secure, there was one potential threat: ICBMs with nuclear warheads. They did not yet exist, but surely would. There is a standard scholarly study of nuclear strategy by McGeorge Bundy, National Security Advisor in the Kennedy and Johnson administrations, who had extensive access to internal documents. Bundy's Danger and Survival, Choices About the Bomb in the First 50 Years, does touch briefly on the possibility of averting the one potential threat to U.S. security. Briefly, because the possibility was apparently ignored. As he writes, quote, "I am aware of no serious contemporary proposal, in or out of either government, that ballistic missiles should somehow be banned by agreement," end quote. That comment deserves close attention. It may be one of the most remarkable and revealing statements in all of the relevant literature on this subject. In short, there was apparently no thought of trying to prevent the sole serious threat to the United States, the threat of utter destruction. Security for the citizenry is a marginal concern, even for its security from instant destruction. Rather, the institutional imperatives of state power prevailed. Furthermore, the potential victims, the population, were left completely in the dark, and still are. Though all of this is publicly available information, it remains unknown. Let's look further. Were there some possibilities for diplomatic initiatives to avert the threat of destruction? We cannot be sure, because apparent opportunities were ignored. One was in March 1952, right at the time of the events that moved the clock to 2 minutes to midnight. Stalin made a remarkable offer. He proposed unification of Germany, which would have largely ended the Cold War. A settlement might have led to elections, which the communists were sure to lose. There was one crucial condition, that a reunified Germany not join NATO, a hostile military alliance, hardly an extreme demand in the light of recent history. Stalin's offer was taken seriously by the eminent and respected foreign policy analyst James Warburg, particularly in his important 1953 book, Germany, Key to Peace. He was ignored. Later references to the possibility were dismissed with ridicule, as I can recall even from personal experience. Since the Soviet archives were opened, attitudes of scholarship have changed. The bitterly anti-communist Soviet scholar Adam Ulam took the status of Stalin's proposal to be an unresolved mystery. Washington, quote, wasted little effort in flatly rejecting Moscow's initiative, he writes, on grounds that, quote, were embarrassingly unconvincing, leaving open, quote, the basic question, was Stalin genuinely ready to sacrifice the newly created German Democratic Republic, GDR, on the altar of real democracy? End quote. With consequences for world peace and for American security that could have been enormous? One of the most prominent Cold War scholars, Melvin Leffler, writes that scholars who have studied documents released from Soviet archives were surprised to discover that, quote, Lavrenti Beria, the sinister, brutal head of the secret police, proposed that the Kremlin offer the West a deal on the unification and neutralization of Germany, end quote, agreeing, quote, to sacrifice the East German communist regime to reduce East-West tensions, end quote, and improve internal political and economic conditions in Russia. Opportunities that were squandered in favor of securing German participation in NATO. Were these possibilities real? We cannot be sure, of course. What does seem clear is that what mattered was global power, not security for the irrelevant and uninformed population. The episode illustrates one of the starkest and most consistent lessons of policy formation. There is much talk of security, but it is not about the security of the population, which is at most a marginal concern. Rather, it is about security for systems of power, state and private. The topic is much too large to review in detail, but let's proceed for a few more years into the 50s and 60s. Not long after Stalin's death, Nikita Khrushchev took power. Khrushchev was committed to economic development and understood very well that it would be severely hampered by an arms race with the far richer United States, and with Western Europe, which alone more than matched the Soviet economy. He therefore proposed a sharp mutual reduction in offensive weaponry and, when he received no response, undertook it unilaterally. What happened next is described by the late Kenneth Waltz, one of the most respected international relations scholars. After considering Khrushchev's offer, he writes, the Kennedy administration, quote, undertook the largest strategic and conventional peacetime military buildup the world has yet seen. even as Khrushchev was trying at once to carry through a major reduction in the conventional forces and to follow a strategy of minimum deterrence, and we did so even though the balance of strategic weapons greatly favored the United States." End quote. There was a Russian response. Khrushchev sent missiles to Cuba in October 1962 to try to compensate slightly for the strategic imbalance that was greatly enhanced by Kennedy's huge military buildup. A second reason, it appears, was to defend Cuba against the murderous Kennedy terrorist campaign against Cuba, which was to culminate in a likely U.S. invasion in October 1962. What followed did almost lead to terminal disaster. Once again, the decisions made harmed national security severely while enhancing state power. What happened was concealed behind the enthusiastic rhetoric of the Kennedy Camelot years, and largely remains so, serious scholarship apart. The crucial conclusion is once again glaringly clear. The security of the population is not a major concern of strategic planners. That conclusion prevails right up to the present moment. When investigating foreign affairs and government decisions, we routinely discover that peaceful options exist, but are dismissed, though they might well avert disaster. There is no time to review the entire record, but let's turn to today's headlines. Today we are instructed that the great challenge faced by the world is how to compel North Korea to freeze its nuclear and missile programs. Perhaps we should resort to more sanctions, cyber war, intimidation, an anti-missile system that China realistically regards as a serious threat, even perhaps to direct attack. Another possible option was ignored as the crisis developed, and has only belatedly and often misleadingly been mentioned. Accept North Korea's offer to do exactly what we had been demanding. China and North Korea had proposed that North Korea freeze nuclear and missile programs. Their reasons are much like Khrushchev's. North Korean leaders are seeking economic development and understand that they cannot make much progress while facing the overwhelming burden of military production. The North Korean proposal was rejected at once by Washington, just as it had been 2 years earlier, and just as Khrushchev's initiatives were rejected by the Kennedy administration, leading to the closest brush with total disaster in human history. The reason for the instant rejection is that the Chinese-North Korean proposal has a quid pro quo. It calls on the United States to halt its threatening military exercises on North Korea's borders, including simulated nuclear bombing attacks by B-52s. The Chinese-North Korean demand is hardly unreasonable. North Koreans, of course, remember that their country was flattened by U.S. bombing, and some may well remember the gleeful reports in American military journals about the bombing of major dams when there were no other targets left, the rejoicing about the exciting spectacle of huge floods wiping out the rice crops on which Asians depend for survival. Very much worth reading. This is a part of history that it would be useful to retrieve from the memory hole and to ponder. The Chinese-North Korean proposal could lay the basis for more far-reaching negotiations to radically reduce the threats and perhaps even bring the crisis to an end. Contrary to much inflamed commentary, there are reasons to think that negotiations might succeed, so the record reveals. But the offers are rejected in the usual interests of securing power interests. Let's look further into how we are carrying forward our verification of Mayer's thesis. In March 2017, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists published a remarkable report on the vast nuclear modernization program initiated by President Obama and carried forward under Trump. The report discusses how U.S. nuclear force modernization is undermining the strategic stability on which survival suspends by a slender thread. The current modernization programs include, quote, revolutionary new technologies that will vastly increase the targeting capability of the U.S. ballistic missile arsenal. This increase in capability is astonishing, moving the overall killing power of existing U.S. ballistic missile forces by a factor of roughly 3, and it creates exactly what one would expect to see if a nuclear-armed state were planning to have the capacity to fight and win a nuclear war by disarming enemies with a surprise first strike. End quote. All of this has a, quote, revolutionary impact on military capabilities and important implications for global security, the report continues. The implications are clear. Russian strategic analysts are of course aware that the U.S. now has the capacity to wipe out their deterrent. The Russians do not have our sophisticated satellite-based advance warning systems and would have little advance notice of a possible attack. With the Russian deterrent at serious risk of the nuclear modernization programs, at a moment of crisis, and there are all too many possibilities, Russian leaders may be tempted to undertake a preemptive strike just to assure survival, an act that would end organized human life on Earth. Once again, is a diplomatic avenue possible? It surely seems so. Is it being pursued? If so, it's not detectable. All this is relevant to Mayer's thesis. Turning to the second existential threat, global warming, anyone with eyes open should be aware that the dangers are severe and that they are imminent. How are we reacting? Here's a recent report from Bloomberg. Quote, the boom looks like it's back. The number of oil and gas rigs drilling in the U.S. has almost doubled. While 24 nations are coordinating to cut oil production and rein in the global supply glut, U.S. producers are moving in the opposite direction. Over the last 4 months, output increased by 500,000 barrels a day. If that rate of expansion continues, the shale boom will break new production records by summer. The U.S. now produces 9 million barrels a day. End quote. The report, one of a flood, illustrates a remarkable fact of current history. While the world is taking halting steps toward facing the existential challenge to survival, the richest and most powerful state in world history, virtually alone, is racing toward destruction with enthusiasm and dedication. That has been true since November 8, 2016, another date of great historical significance. There were 3 significant events on that date, one important, one extremely important, and one astonishing. The important event was the U.S. election, which virtually monopolized reporting for days. The extremely important event, which received virtually no coverage, took place in Marrakesh, Morocco, where almost all nations of the world were meeting to try to put some teeth in the Paris agreements, COP21 in December 2015. A verifiable treaty could not be reached in Paris, as had been hoped, because the Republican-controlled U.S. Congress would not accept it. On November 8th, the World Meteorological Organization issued a review of the state of the climate. Along with other dire reports, the review confirmed, quote, that 2016 was the warmest year on record, a remarkable 1.1 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial period, end quote, sharply above the previous record set in 2015 and approaching the limit set in Paris. Deliberations effectively ended on November 8th. The operative question became, can we survive with the leader of the free world racing toward the precipice? The countries of the world turned to China as the hope for survival. China. The astonishing event is that the dog didn't bark. The reaction to these amazing events, silence. No less astonishing is that while the richest and most powerful country in history is leading the effort to intensify the likely disaster, efforts to avert catastrophe are being led worldwide by what we call primitive societies, First Nations in Canada, tribal and Aboriginal societies around the world. Ecuador, with its large indigenous population, sought aid from the rich European countries to allow it to keep some of its oil reserves underground, where they should remain. The request for aid was refused. Ecuador revised its constitution in 2008 to include rights of nature as having intrinsic worth. Bolivia, with an indigenous majority, passed the Law of Mother Earth, granting nature rights equal to humans. In general, indigenous populations are well in the lead in seeking to preserve the planet. The countries that have driven indigenous populations to extinction or extreme marginalization are racing toward destruction. Perhaps that's something else we should think about. There should be no need to sample the grim reports on threats to the environment that appear regularly in science journals, sometimes making it to major media. Meanwhile, the Republican wrecking ball is systematically dismantling the structures that offer hope for decent survival. The Environmental Protection Agency, established by Richard Nixon, is being virtually dismantled. More important still is the Department of Energy. Its Office of Science is scheduled to lose $900 million, nearly 20% of its budget. Even mention of climate change is coming under a ban, while regulations are being dismantled and every effort is being made to maximize the use of fossil fuels, including the most destructive, like coal. It's not just Trump. In the 2016 Republican presidential primaries, every candidate either denied that what is happening or, like the moderates, said maybe it is, but we shouldn't do anything about it. There is virtual unanimity among party leaders, a remarkable spectacle, and one that passed with little notice. The major media play along in other ways. A fairness and accuracy in media study of interviews with Trump and Trump press conferences since he took office on January 20th, 2017, found that not a single question had been raised about climate change, hardly surprising. After all, it's only the most significant policy position of the administration, and a policy enhancing a truly existential threat. Even if sea level rise is more limited than now anticipated, it will inundate coastal cities and coastal plains, as in Bangladesh, where tens of millions may be forced to flee in the fairly near future, and many more later. Today's refugee issues will then be a tea party by comparison. The chief environmental scientist in Bangladesh has said that, quote, "These migrants should have the right to move to the countries from which all these greenhouse gases are coming. Millions should be able to go to the United States." End quote. That certainly does not match the current state of opinion in the West, and not just in the United States, which is extreme, or in Britain. Those who think it is better on the European continent can turn to a recent poll showing that a majority of Europeans want a total ban on immigration from Muslim-majority countries. In general, the idea is that first we destroy their countries, and then we punish the people for trying to escape from the ruins, calling it a refugee crisis, while thousands drown in the Mediterranean fleeing from Africa, where Europe does have a certain history. In fact, the so-called refugee crisis is actually a serious moral, cultural crisis in the West. Let's return to the other sledgehammer, the nuclear threat. The major nuclear powers, the United States and Russia, are both expanding their arsenals in quite dangerous ways. The flashpoints are becoming more serious, particularly on the Russian border. On the Russian border, not the Mexican border, a result of the expansion of NATO right after the collapse of the USSR in violation of verbal promises to Gorbachev that NATO would not expand, quote, 1 inch to the east, end quote. At the time, the immediate referent was East Germany. If Gorbachev agreed to unification of Germany within a hostile military alliance, a pretty remarkable concession in the light of history. Gorbachev's vision of a common European home, a security system from Brussels to Vladivostok, with no military alliances, is a fading dream. George Kennan and other senior statesmen had warned early on that NATO expansion would prove to be a, quote, tragic mistake, a policy error of historic proportions, end quote. José Mujica. I feel anguish on an intellectual level. I think the big question is whether humankind will have time to make amends for the disasters it has inflicted on nature. This is a grave dilemma. Humanity has the means to make amends, but it has not been able to concentrate enough political will to take the measures that need to be taken. We continue irresponsibly firing cannon shots and drilling for oil, and we know we are on a tightrope. We know it perfectly well. Throughout history, humans have walked into disaster without knowing it, but we now do so knowingly, aware of the possibility of self-destruction. My great concern: will humanity have time to right itself? Or will we succumb to ecological holocaust? Will we fail to make the important political decisions? We tend to think in terms of nation-states and do not think in terms of our species, a nonsensical position. There is the invasion of Ukraine, and there is what the West is doing. I am convinced that there is no ecological or nuclear crisis. There is only a political crisis. We have a civilization that has no political control. It is governed by market interests, and politics have been subordinated to market interests. That is how we are irresponsibly sailing along. And the problem has become even worse in recent years. The figures are terrifying. Look at any of the diagnoses, reports, scientific studies. It is a dialogue of the deaf. Our politics cannot organize to respond to the recommendations of science. The situation is increasingly dangerous. Human activity on the planet has become geological. Until recently, geology was independent of human actions, with humans having to deal with ecological misfortune, strokes of bad luck, and disaster. But now humans are seriously impacting the planet. We are like a giant sorcerer's apprentice, playing with the essentials of life on Earth. And Earth responds with changes. It is not passive. I think the first time that humans realized they had acquired that level of power on the cycle of life was in Darwin's time, when it was discovered that bedbugs had changed color. During the 19th century in industrial London, there were white bedbugs that began to turn black, to match coal dust. That discovery attracted a lot of attention at the time. Clearly, this is a problem that is here to stay. Noam Chomsky. Just this morning, I started reading a book by a well-known Australian scientist, The Plutocene: Blueprints for a Post-Anthropocene Greenhouse Earth by Andrew Yoram Glikson. Following World War II, the current geological era is called the Anthropocene, which is the period when human activity severely damages the environment and itself acts as a geological force. But now Andrew Glikson is arguing that we have already passed through the Anthropocene and are entering an era called the Plutocene, in which the ecosystem will be determined by the amount of plutonium in the environment. Humans will be restricted to small groups of hunter-gatherers in the polar areas, and the rest of the world will be so contaminated by radiation and plutonium and impacted by global warming that it will be uninhabitable. As things stand, this is not an unrealistic prospect. José Mujica: it is really disheartening. We cannot see reality except through a formidable dilemma. Perhaps a miracle can shake us, but I have my doubts. Noam Chomsky: that's very true. The signs are disheartening, and some of the worst signs come from the Arctic, which is a critical area for the regulation of the global climate system, since it not only affects the oceans but all the planet's climate patterns. This area is warming at a much faster rate than other parts of the globe. The situation is serious across the globe, but in the Arctic it is much worse. And this has a self-reinforcing effect. The more Arctic ice melts, the more dark water is exposed and the more solar radiation is absorbed, instead of being reflected back into the stratosphere by ice, which accelerates climate change. The permafrost, which contains immense amounts of stored carbon, melts and releases that carbon, and this releases methane into the air, which is a greenhouse gas and very lethal, much more so than CO2, which will accelerate things even more. But let us look at the rest of the world. In places like India, where 10% of the population has air conditioning, poor farmers are trying to survive in temperatures reaching 50 degrees Celsius, with high humidity, and that is happening now. In the future, it will be even worse. The place where my wife and I live will soon be a desert. The water is already running out. Everywhere you look, we are headed for catastrophe. There is reason to believe we still have a small window of opportunity to change this course. There are detailed and feasible proposals on how to arrest the decline and move toward what would be a much better world, but we have little time to do so. What is at issue is whether we will have the moral capacity to overcome these trends in human society and history. So far, the evidence is not encouraging, but seeing young people protesting what has been done to their future provides a ray of light, and all we can do is devote our efforts to supporting the efforts they are making as much as we can. Saúl Alvídrez: young people should give us optimism, or at least some of them should, but do either of you believe the political and economic leaders of the world are prepared for the challenges of the 21st century? José Mujica: no, I think there is a huge chasm between the conclusions reached by contemporary science and political decisions, which do not even take into account the assumptions that science unequivocally raised long ago. We were told in Kyoto 30 years ago what was going to happen, and the bureaucratic tranquility with which the world has since stood still seems impossible. This is a limitation of humankind, because it is not that we lack knowledge, it is that we don't use that knowledge to defend life. Noam Chomsky: I too harbor doubts regarding the adequacy of political leaders, particularly those currently in positions of power. I believe they are primarily beholden to powerful economic forces within society and nothing more. Just imagine, for example, a member of the U.S. Congress. This individual may understand the warnings of science, but they are only listening to the donors and corporations that finance their campaigns. That is why the Sanders campaign was so significant. It demonstrated for the first time that it is possible to develop a large-scale political movement without corporate funding. This is a dramatic shift, and people have learned the lesson that they can take matters into their own hands, regardless of the structure of this politically entrenched system funded by corporate interests. And all of this has the potential to make a huge impact. The left, like everyone else, must acknowledge the fact that for the first time in human history, we are facing decisions that will determine whether our species will survive. The threats are manifold. Just as nuclear war is an imminent problem and environmental catastrophe is an urgent challenge, the probability of future pandemics is also high. The widespread use of antibiotics in industrial animal production holds extraordinary potential danger, laying the groundwork for pandemics that could be disastrous if these antibiotics lose their effectiveness. In particular, meat production, which is a major contributor to the greenhouse gases causing global warming, involves massive antibiotic use. Animals are confined in unsanitary conditions and pumped with antibiotics to keep them alive and healthy, leading to rapid mutation of lethal bacteria that could easily evade the efficacy of antibiotics. This is already starting to happen. Some diseases are no longer controllable, and the phenomenon will continue to escalate with extremely dangerous consequences. These are genuinely serious challenges that have never arisen in the history of humanity, and they must be addressed promptly, effectively, and swiftly. We can also look at the proliferation of plastics in the oceans. Something as seemingly simple as that poses a threat to the existence of all marine life, which in turn will have the effect of endangering human life. Species are disappearing at a faster rate than at any other time in the past 70 million years. There are myriad problems of immense magnitude that must be swiftly addressed, and swiftly means now, in this generation. And beyond all of this, we must transcend the model of hierarchical and repressive societies, in which only a few give orders and the rest must obey them. These are all significant tasks for the left. It is crucial that people no longer accept social conditions under which they merely follow orders. If we look to the early stages of industrialization, workers regarded what they called wage slavery as something akin to classical slavery. Why should they follow someone else's orders? Over time, this has been ingrained in the general consciousness as normality, and it must be eradicated from our consciousness. José Mujica. I think that in the coming decades, the world is going to be thrown into turmoil in terms of how work is organized and the distribution of income. The technological revolution is advancing too quickly, and society cannot keep up with the changes. A cataclysmic time is coming. The automation revolution is upon us, but wage distribution proportional to that increase in productivity is lagging. And that is going to create fraught conditions. The left must fight for civilization, for these things that we are discussing in terms of public policy. But not everything is poetic, and not everything is catastrophic. It will depend on how the organized will of the masses develops. Saúl Alvídrez. Do you see the possibility of revolutionary changes in the 21st century? And by revolutionary, I mean those of such magnitude that they transform the global model at its roots and build a sustainable civilization. Noam Chomsky. Well, whether we will see revolutionary changes in the 21st century is still yet to be ascertained, but I repeat that there must be significant changes specifically in the way society is organized. Otherwise, the problem is unsolvable. The idea of development, production, and interactions based on the market has inherent dangers, and now lethal consequences. What they call the market is based on ignoring externalities, which are the effects a transaction has on others, resulting in all sorts of problems, and today means the destruction of the environment. If this is not somehow overcome, we are doomed. Second, the very idea that people must subscribe to a social contract where some receive orders from others is inherently illegitimate and must be overcome. This entails democratic control of public institutions, but also includes the control of productive enterprises by their workers, as is the case with cooperative businesses. The international system should be made up of the people who participate in it, without intrinsic hierarchies, and these are changes that could be called revolutionary. José Mujica. When I was young, I believed that we on the left were fighting for power. Now I believe that the fight is for civilization itself. Noam Chomsky. True, and without substantial action, In the not-too-distant future, we could reach a point where organized human life oscillates between difficult and impossible. Culture War. José Mujica. My generation made a naive error. We believed that social change was only a matter of challenging modes of production and distribution in society. We did not understand the immense role of culture. Capitalism is a culture, and we must respond to and resist capitalism with a different culture. Another way to put this, we are in a struggle between a culture of solidarity and a culture of selfishness. Noam Chomsky. Well, it's quite interesting to see how culture develops. If you look at some of the greatest cultural contributions of the modern period, you'll see that they originated in some of the most horrible conditions that have ever existed. Think of the brutal repression of African Americans in the South, which gave us blues and jazz. The left should focus on creating the conditions in which natural human instincts can develop and flourish. Marx wrote of liberating workers from their animal functions so they could focus on their human problems without the impediments, barriers, and restrictions imposed by the various repressive societies, including capitalist society. Remove those chains and let people be free to explore their own natural instincts and capacities. José Mujica. True, but in this case I am not thinking of culture that is sold, like professional music or dance. All that is important, of course, but when I speak of culture I am referring to human relations, to the set of ideas that govern our relationships without us realizing it. It is a set of unspoken values that determine the way in which millions of anonymous people around the world relate to each other. Saúl Alvídrez. There are distinctive features of capitalist culture. Consumerism, for example. José Mujica. Yes, consumerism is part of that culture. It is an ethic need for capitalism in its struggle for infinite accumulation. The worst problem for capitalism would be for us to stop buying or to buy very little. And this has generated the consumerist culture that envelops us. But a capitalist social system is not only property relations, it is also a set of unspoken values common to the society. These values are stronger than any army, and they are the main force maintaining capitalism today. Noam Chomsky. And there are reasons behind that. In the doctrinaire system of state capitalism, there is a tremendous effort to separate people from each other, to eliminate the only way in which people can cope with the accumulation of capital, by working together in solidarity. Therefore, the propaganda industry aims at trying to separate people and undermine solidarity. That's the point of consumerism and the public relations industry and the advertising business that spends hundreds of billions of dollars a year trying to convince people to concentrate only on their own individual consumption and not to work with others. It's an impressive effort, far beyond any state propaganda agency. This is all conscious. You understand it by reading about the history of business. These propaganda industries developed first in the freest societies, in Britain and the United States, where conservative business leaders understood that they could no longer control people by force, for too much freedom had already been won. It was necessary to distract people from coordinated public action. This meant doing away with the workers' unions, of course, but also massively orienting the population to superficial things in life, such as fashionable consumption. And if you manage to create a world in which the social unit is you and your TV and nothing else, or you and the shopping mall, or you and a cell phone, if you achieve that, then you can control people because they don't work together. José Mujica. My generation believed it was going to change the world by trying to nationalize the media and distribution. But we failed to understand that at the center of this battle must be the construction of a different culture. You cannot build a socialist building with bricklayers who are capitalists. Why? Because they are going to steal the rebar. They are going to steal the cement because they are only looking to solve their own problems, because that is how we are formed. My generation, rationalist with a programmatic version of history, did not understand that humans often decide with their guts, and then their conscience constructs arguments to justify their decisions. We choose with our hearts, and here culture becomes a vital issue because it tempers our irrationality. For example, what happened to our left leaders? Left leaders are sick and immersed in that same culture, and that is why their way of life is not a message coherent with their struggle. Look, they said I was poor when I was president, but they didn't understand a thing. I am not poor. Poor is the one who needs a lot. My goal is to be a stoic. And the fact is that if the world does not learn to live with a certain sobriety, not to squander, not to waste, if it does not learn this soon, our world will not survive. The lust for money incites us to keep on buying new things, but sustaining the life of the planet means that we must learn to live with what is necessary and not to squander our resources. Now, as you can see, this struggle is a cultural epic. We, the left, must construct a line of thought that is different from the one we have. This means throwing out our connection to capitalism. We ran out of creativity in terms of ideas. We wanted to do the same as capitalism, but with more equality. And in the end, this all has to do with what we consider to be the good life, the values that we can cherish in life, the things that we can aspire to. It means having a sense of limits, everything in moderation, as the Greeks used to say. The left must be faithful to another set of values, and that is why I insist on the problem of culture, on the problem of commitment, and on the problem of valuing certain areas of life that capitalism does not value. There is much sadness in our societies, even though they are full of wealth. We are an overfed people with societies choked by the amount of garbage we create. We infest everything, we buy things we don't need, and then we live in despair paying bills. We must propose another way of living. For me, the left has to be more revolutionary than ever. Saúl Alvídrez. Be more specific. What does that mean? José Mujica. It means to live as you think. Otherwise, we end up thinking as we live. The Soviet Union dreamed of matching the tons of steel the United States was producing to surpass it with 5-year economic plans. They should have been concerned about people living happier lives and more fairly distributing resources. Saúl Alvídrez. I think the revolutionary of the 21st century can no longer be the one who takes power to share it. A revolutionary must now be the one who shares power without taking it. Do you agree with this construct? That is, that we need a paradigm shift that includes collective self-determination as the central objective. I mention this because the left that comes to power, the bureaucratic and electoral left, always seems to forget this. José Mujica. That is true, no doubt, but beware. Power in the absolute sense does not exist. It only exists in steps. As I was telling you, the struggle is for a self-managing society, to learn to be our own bosses and to lead our common projects. These things will have to be discussed by a new left. I believe in the permanent existence of the left, but it will not be the left as it was. What it was is gone, has passed. The left will have to be different because time changes. The only permanent thing is change, and that is why I am most grateful for Noam's fight for freedom of thought, which is the key to all this. I'm not going to suggest obstacles to the creation of new revolutionary programs. On the contrary, but I don't have a magic formula. It seems to me that creativity must be encouraged, because we are in a world with an old left that lives too much on nostalgia, a left that finds it hard to realize why it failed, and has great difficulty in imagining new ways forward. I believe that this is a time of much rehearsal, a lot of experimentation and creativity, and for that there are some parameters we can follow, because, as I said, my generation did not place enough emphasis on culture. As I said, I am not referring to forms of culture that are sold. I am referring to the culture inherent in the common and ordinary relationships that people have, which, under capitalism, now uses the events of daily life only to ensure further accumulation. The culture in which we are embedded, in which we are surrounded, is functional only for the multiplication of individual profit. And that culture is much stronger than armies and military power and everything else, because that culture is determining the permanent relationships of millions of ordinary people all over the world. And that is much stronger than the atomic bomb. So, to change a system without facing the problem of a change in culture is useless. We must build a new system and, in parallel, a new culture, a new ethic, because if we don't, what we saw with the Soviet Union will happen again, where a revolutionary movement made a perfect 360-degree turn to be in the same place, but much worse. We have to learn from that defeat, right? Technological disruption. Noam Chomsky. There is another big challenge for the left in the years ahead: automation. Automation is already taking over much of the boring, stupid, and dangerous work that people do. This should free people to undertake truly creative and satisfying work. Understanding automation and working to create the conditions where workers can benefit from technical advances is an important task for the 21st century. Saúl Alvídrez. Pepe, what problems do you see with automation? José Mujica. The most serious problem is that robots can replace humans in many, many things, but robots work only for their masters. And what of people who do not own robots? The problem is not automation. Automation is wonderful as a technique. The problem is who controls the technology. Policies that allow redistribution are going to be needed. The owners of the robots will have to contribute much more. This has already become part of conversations around various basic income proposals. Noam Chomsky. Indeed, these are not simply problems of automation, they are problems for society, and the task of the left is to create a society in which the negative impacts of technology are mitigated. Technology as such is a neutral thing, just like a hammer. You can use it to smash somebody's head, or you can use it to build a house. The hammer doesn't care. It's the same with automation. You can use it in the way you are describing in a capitalist society, or you can use it to free people to do the independent, creative work that motivates them, to eliminate boring, dangerous, and routine tasks. Automation can go in either of these directions. That's why the task of the left is to create social and cultural conditions in which the benign and constructive aspects of technology and automation are primary. This is a social problem, not a technological one, and technology can be a savior. For example, in ecological matters, the only way to solve the problem is to continue advancing technologically. Solar panels, for example, can make a big difference in sustainable energy generation, and so can wind power. One of the important aspects of solar technology is that it can be a distributed system and not centralized. And this is important. Energy companies are always trying to avoid using it because it impacts their profits. Since anyone can add their own solar panels to their home, I think we should move in that direction. So, automation can be used to destroy labor or workers' power, but it can also be used in the opposite direction. This is not a new problem, and we must be aware of what has happened in the past. The most meticulous work on this subject was carried out by David Noble, a historian of technology. In the 1960s, Noble studied what he called computerized numerical control, which refers to the different ways of controlling machines by means of computers, something very relevant today. There are alternative ways of designing technology. One is to decentralize machine design and put it in the hands of skilled mechanics, and another direction is to put that power in the hands of centralized corporate power. There were reasons to go one way or the other, but we now know that the option that has prevailed is to put all the power in the hands of corporations. José Mujica. Will it be the market and its hierarchs or humanity that defines the future? This is the question. We must start by understanding that we are part of the balance of life, and that in reality the key is to maintain ecosystemic balance. It is very likely that 50 years from now there will be people whose organs will be replaced, reproduced, or imprinted with their own tissue, and that person will be able to live for 150 or 200 years. It is very probable, but in any case, it will be for those who have a lot of money, and that will be one of the greatest injustices that humanity has seen, because this advance will not be for everyone, but just for a privileged few. For the first time, it will be possible to buy many years of life with money. I don't like this future for humanity. I would like a humanity that cares for all creatures equally. If artificial intelligence or automation suddenly has capabilities that help us to manage ourselves better, let's explore that. But it's tragic when those opportunities pass through the filter of what fills the pockets of a few. I welcome advances in the economy and technology, if their purpose is to create and multiply human happiness. Otherwise, there is the possibility of a disastrous world, and we may see a kind of dictatorship that the earth has never seen before. Saúl Alvídrez. Is it important, especially for young people, to push for legislation before this problem overtakes us? The advance of technology will continue to be exponential, and the threats of technological disruption are imminent. José Mujica. Automation and artificial intelligence are not in and of themselves problems. The problem is who manages these technologies and what use they are put to. Are these technologies in the interest of a minority or in the interest of humanity? This is at the bottom a moral question, a philosophical question of how we fight for change, and the answer will depend on the ability of humans to face this, because the laws that are complied with are only those that have human backing and are enforced. The cemetery of good but dead laws is infinite. The main thing is that social forces exist. That is why young people have to learn that they have to get together with like-minded people and fight. Fight with great heart and intelligence and give people a cause to live for. After all, what is the destiny of young people today? To grow old paying bills, to confuse happiness with buying a new thing and having another new thing later, and so on until they are old? It is worth fighting for a better world where societies can influence these fundamental issues. We have ahead of us an opportunity to shorten the working day. We have ahead of us infinite chapters of struggle in which people must not only think of themselves, but think of others as well. Neoliberalism and Neofascism. Noam Chomsky. Those old enough to remember the 1930s, as I do, cannot fail to be alarmed at the rise of neo-fascist parties, even in Austria and Germany, of all places, and not only there. And bitter memories are not easy to suppress when a majority of Europeans call for banning all Muslims from Europe, and many want to reverse the real achievements of the European Union, such as free movement of populations and the erosion of national borders, which would be quite consistent with the strengthening of cultural diversity in liberal and humane societies. We cannot attribute all of these developments across the West to the neoliberal assault, but it is a common and significant factor. Neoliberal policies are specifically aimed at limiting the regulatory power of government, hence undermining citizens' capacity to avert the blows of the sledgehammers. But the effects are more far-reaching than that. In our state capitalist societies, the power of the government is the power of the population, to the extent that the society is democratic. Neoliberal programs, by their very nature, tend to concentrate wealth in the hands of the few while the majority stagnates or declines. Functioning democracy erodes as the natural effect of the concentration of economic power, which translates directly into political power, by familiar means but also for deeper and doctrinal reasons. The doctrinal pretense is that transfer of decision-making from the public sector to the market contributes to individual freedom, but the reality is quite different. The transfer is from public institutions in which people have some say, insofar as democracy still functions, to private tyrannies in which the public has no say at all, the corporations that dominate the global economy. These policies are aimed at making sure that, quote, society no longer exists, end quote. Such was Margaret Thatcher's famous description of the world she perceived, or, more precisely, hoped to create. With these words, Thatcher unwittingly paraphrased Marx's bitter condemnation of repression in France, which had left society as a, quote, sack of potatoes, end quote, an amorphous mass that could not function. In the contemporary case, the tyrant is no longer an autocratic ruler, in the West at least, but instead concentrations of private power and bureaucracies that are free from public control. There is also no guarantee that functioning democracy, with an informed and engaged population, would lead to policies that address human needs and concerns, including the concern for survival. But that remains our only hope. Saúl Alvídrez. You have made controversial statements about the Republican Party in this regard. Noam Chomsky. I have made two statements. One was that the Republican Party is the most dangerous organization in human history, and the second is that this is an outrageous statement. But then, of course, here comes an inevitable question. Is it true? I believe it is true. It is outrageous, but it is true. Never in history has there been such a powerful organization dedicated to policies that will lead to the destruction of organized human life. Saúl Alvídrez. Could we consider the Republican Party worse than Islamic State? Noam Chomsky. Is ISIS committed to the destruction of human society? Of course, the Republican Party doesn't say that this is its commitment. It's just that the policies it is pushing will have that consequence. And it's not just Donald Trump. As I mentioned, if you take a look at the Republican primaries in 2016, you'll see that all the candidates, without exception, deny that global warming is happening, or, if they acknowledge it, argue that we shouldn't do anything about it. We are talking about the entirety of the party, and curiously, there is almost no commentary on that. Another unusual element of the U.S. right is the extremely powerful evangelical community. José Mujica, in South America too, and it is a very conservative movement. Noam Chomsky. Evangelicals are a core part of the Republican electorate. Many Republicans also think a college education is harmful, for example. José Mujica. Here in South America, the evangelical movement is very strong, especially in Brazil. Lucia Topolansky. It's also a danger in Peru and Colombia. Noam Chomsky. I believe that evangelicals in Brazil have not yet managed to become a political force. José Mujica. There are already the beginnings of such a movement there. Valeria Wasserman Chomsky. Yes, they are already in Brazil, it is true. They have their own political party, completely aligned with the right. José Mujica. We are very secular here in Uruguay. Valeria Wasserman Chomsky. Brazil was supposed to be the same, but unfortunately this is no longer the case. Lucia Topolansky. Uruguay is the most secular country in Latin America. José Mujica. Yes, in 1919 the church was separated from the state, but logically the process had begun many years before. In 1905, 1910, there was a very strong impulse for separation, and by 1910 we had a president who wrote God with a lowercase letter. Noam Chomsky. And this was also maintained during the dictatorship? José Mujica. Yes, that could never be changed. Noam Chomsky. In the case of Brazil, did it change with the dictatorship? Valeria Wasserman Chomsky. I don't think it was a change as such. Noam Chomsky. In the United States, the evangelical movement was always large, but it never really became an organized political force until the Republicans were forced to form a popular coalition of evangelicals with nationalists, racists, and so forth. Why? Because their own programs are so reactionary and so favor the interests of the economic elite that they can't get voters outside their own ranks. So they are forced to form this coalition of frightening radical forces that barely existed before. And there is a kind of confusion regarding the sectors that supported Trump in 2016, as they are not really working class, as some think. For example, Trump voters have more purchasing power. There are small merchants, business people, rural contractors. It is an electoral bloc with a small working class constituency. Socioeconomically, his constituency was very similar to the class on which 1930s fascism was based. Unfortunately, it is connected to the racist elements so deeply rooted in the United States. White supremacism is far more powerful in the United States than in any other country, even South Africa. Saúl Alvídrez. Free trade agreements have represented a distinctive instrument of neoliberalism and the transfer of power from the state to the corporate sector. Why have they been pursued so vigorously? Noam Chomsky. First of all, I think we should bear in mind that what they call free trade agreements are not really free trade agreements, but investment agreements. We must use the correct terms. For example, the Uruguay round negotiations, conducted under the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade from 1986 to 1994, with 103 participating countries, had a very limited relationship to what we might call free trade. Another case is NAFTA, which has practically nothing to do with trade, and the proposed Trans-Pacific Partnership (TPP) was the same. These agreements focus on expanding the rights of private power. Even the Uruguay Round had a lot to do with what they now call intellectual property rights, which are basically monopoly rights. For example, Bill Gates is often said to be one of the richest men in the world for two reasons. The first is that he managed to exploit several decades of taxpayer-funded research that led to the creation of the internet, software, satellites, and so on. And the second is that he had monopoly exploitation rights over his software products. There are now ironclad patent rights for private companies, something we have never seen in the past, that allow them to maintain their monopolies. If the round of patent rights agreements in Uruguay had happened in the 19th century, the United States would be a third world country today. It could never have developed. It would have been blocked from doing so. Another element of these so-called free trade agreements is that they give private investors the right to sue governments. We as individuals cannot sue most foreign governments, but multinational corporations do have that power. They can, for example, sue a government for imposing environmental measures that affect their profits. And things like this are happening more and more frequently. The word free should be removed from these treaties. NAFTA, for example, is very revealing. The data is not provided by the nations involved, so we have only indirect figures, but studies predicted that NAFTA would lead to an increase in trade between the United States and Mexico. However, let's take as an example General Motors, which produces parts in Indiana and sends them to a maquiladora in northern Mexico for assembly. Then the cars are taken to Los Angeles to be sold. This is called two-way trade, but they are in fact internal interactions within GM that represent the same kind of trade that the USSR had. It produced something somewhere and then sent it to Poland to be assembled. They called that trade, but it was nothing more than an interaction within a controlled and dominant economy. It is estimated that some 50% of what they call trade between Mexico and the United States is basically the interaction between one dominant domestic economy over another. And this has many serious side effects, such as destroying the Mexican agricultural industry. Mexican farmers, who are in fact very efficient, have no way of competing with U.S. agribusiness, which is heavily subsidized by the government, and you can see that everywhere you look. So, we have to be very careful with these so-called free trade agreements. They don't bring freedom. You have to call things what they are, not just by the name they have been conventionally given. The U.S. did not ratify the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Around the same time, another more important parallel agreement was being developed, called the Trade and Services Agreement, TISA, which had nothing to do with trade, but with financial manipulation and control of services. This was being implemented very quietly, behind the scenes, but once the details were revealed, the agreement collapsed. The structure of the international economy under the control of multinational corporations is very complex. Supply chains have significant political momentum and are hard to disrupt without much greater involvement of regular people. And for that to happen, people first have to find out what is going on, because this sort of globalization is going to continue even though it may take different forms. War on Terror, War on Drugs. Saúl Alvídrez. Two important U.S. objectives are the war on drugs and the war on terror. Talk about the history of these crusades. Noam Chomsky. The phrase war on terror is interesting. It is now associated with George W. Bush, but it was originally Ronald Reagan's project. When Ronald Reagan took office, he and his administration declared as a commitment that U.S. policies would focus on, quote, state-sponsored terrorism. They were referring to Cuba's support of guerrilla groups in Central America, but the Reagan administration became in this period the world's leading state terrorist. In Central America alone, more than 200,000 people were killed, and hundreds of thousands more were victims of torture and devastation. In South Africa, during Reagan's time, the United States was the last country to support the apartheid regime, right to the end, even after Thatcher withdrew support. UN analyses indicate that more than 1 million people died from South African depredations in neighboring countries alone. The US also supported Israel's invasion of Lebanon, with 20,000 people killed. That was mass terrorism. And, of course, there has been an attempt to mask the idea that there was a war on terrorism in the 1980s, because the result was so horrendous. We call terror what others do to us, but not what we do to them. That is how terror is defined in the United States. George W. Bush revived the idea after 9/11. They were going to fight a war on terror, he said. And what are the results? Well, in 2001, when 9/11 happened, the terrorist groups were only located in a small tribal area on the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan, where Al-Qaeda was. Where are they today? All over the world. They spread every time so-called terror is hit with a bomb, time after time. ISIS is the result of the U.S. invasion of Iraq, the worst crime of this century. Such is the war on terror. The United States continues to escalate its great international terrorist campaign. There was Obama's drone campaign and then Trump's, a campaign aimed at assassinating people suspected of planning harm to the United States. Can you imagine if any other country were to undertake such a program? Imagine, for example, if Iran were openly and formally committed to assassinating people who were threatening it. Suppose the Iranian government said, let's kill them because they pose a threat to Iran. Would we consider that legitimate? That is essentially Obama's and Trump's drone campaigns. Trump sharply increased the number of civilian casualties from military strikes. Pay attention to groups like London-based Air Wars who monitor civilian casualties in Iraq and Syria.
Until recently, air wars research was primarily concerned with civilian casualties from the Assad regime. But now casualties from U.S. strikes have outnumbered all others. That's the war on terror. Call it what you want, but it is a campaign of assassinations, basically a war between terrorists. As far as the war on drugs is concerned, there is a long history, but Richard Nixon really launched the war on drugs. Studies were undertaken, and the government well knew what the research showed. The most effective and cost-effective way to deal with the problem of drug use is prevention and treatment. More costly and less effective is police action. Even more costly and less effective is border control. And in the end, the least effective and most costly of all are operations outside the country, such as aerial fumigation in Colombia, which is basically chemical warfare. These conclusions are quite well established. But what are we spending money on? The minimum expenditures are on prevention and treatment, what works, and most of the money goes to less effective methods. What has been the effect of the so-called war on drugs, which accelerated sharply under Ronald Reagan? Prevention and treatment drop off sharply, and violent crime increases. In fact, right now there is a drug epidemic in the United States, fueled by synthetic medicines, laboratory drugs, many produced in the United States, while the effect in other countries, particularly Mexico, has been really devastating. So that's the war on drugs, which cannot be construed as an effort to reduce drug use. The idea of repeatedly using methods that you know are going to fail, and have proven to fail, cannot be taken seriously. So we must ask ourselves what the objectives really are. We can only speculate, of course, but I think that there are no surprising answers. For example, in Colombia it is basically counterinsurgency. This has been devastating for poor farmers. When you spray chemicals in Colombia, you may kill the drug crops, but you also kill everything else. I have personally seen cases where poor coffee farmers managed to develop niche markets in Germany for organic beans, just to pick one case. But once you spray, all coffee production has to stop. Colombia now has one of the largest displaced populations in the world, largely due to the war on drugs, which led to the emergence of criminal cartels, as it did in Mexico and elsewhere. In 1980, U.S. incarceration rates were quite like those in other developed countries, on the high end but not far out of range. In contrast, they are now much higher because of drug convictions. In fact, the U.S. is now one of the countries with the highest incarceration rate per capita in the world, with rates 5 to 10 times higher than those of European countries. Black communities have been devastated by the incarceration of young men convicted for drug crimes. These are just some of the effects of the war on drugs, and it is quite natural to interpret the predictable consequences as deliberate and intentional. Is the U.S. an empire in decline? Noam Chomsky. In general, American power has been in decline. There is a lot of talk about the shift of power to the East, and there is an element of truth in this, but we must be careful in analyzing it. American power reached its peak in 1945. Never in history had there been a concentration of power of such magnitude. The United States had close to 50% of the world's wealth and unparalleled military power. The country was overwhelmingly powerful, and American planners knew this very well. In records from World War II and the years that followed, we find sophisticated American planning embracing the entire world, an attempt to organize the world according to the interests of the U.S. private sector. It was a careful and meticulous analysis, and much of these post-war plans were successfully carried out. But thereafter, the decline of American power began, most notably in 1949, when China became independent. This was an event of enormous consequence. The expression in the United States to describe it was, quote, "the loss of China." What does that mean? I cannot lose something that is not mine, can I? The phrase loss of China betrays an American assumption. Quote, We own the world, and if someone gets out of our control, it's a loss." End quote. When Kennedy became president, he began to escalate the war in South Vietnam, and one of the reasons was the fear that he would be blamed for the loss of Indochina. It was the same with Guatemala in 1954, and it is not necessary to mention everything that happened in South America in the 1960s and 1970s. You both already know that very well. The fear of losing South America was intolerable. Thus, gradually, losses have been increasing, and U.S. power has been declining. In the early 1970s, the international economy was already tripolar. The United States pushed NAFTA, which blocked Mexico from making reforms and kept it within U.S. control and power, and consequently, Mexico has had the lowest income growth in Latin America since 1994. Its agricultural sector was destroyed. However, other Latin American countries have managed to remain somewhat more independent in recent decades, so that U.S. losses and decline are still in process. The United States currently holds approximately only 20% of the world's wealth, but this figure is misleading. It is only an ideological measure, and there are much more meaningful measures. How much of the world economy is in the hands of U.S. corporations? That is a much more meaningful measure, and if you look closely, you will see that American corporations own 50% of the world's wealth. They lead virtually every sector of the world economy. And of course, these are U.S. corporations, so they are supported by the military, by taxpayers, and so on. So here we have a metric that is better suited to understanding global corporate power with a complex network of suppliers. The power of the United States remains extraordinary, and here I am not referring so much to national power as to corporate and business power. Although this measurement is rarely used, it is important for understanding the modern world. So, the question about this decline of U.S. power needs a complex answer. In some respects, the U.S. is in decline, but it is militarily unrivaled. The United States spends on defense almost as much as the rest of the countries of the world put together. Its military technology is much more advanced and basically neutralizes Russian deterrence. This is another important element. No other country has thousands of military bases spread around the world, troops and special forces operating in dozens of countries, thousands of kilometers away, and that is a measure of U.S. power. So, there is a decline. What Trump has done is to isolate the United States from the rest of the world on the issue of climate change, and this will undoubtedly have serious consequences. The United States is the most important power in the world, and it is staying out of the main agreements on climate change. This is serious. In terms of global economic integration, the U.S. is moving away from treaties, but other countries are increasing trade agreements. The European Union and Japan are working on new trade agreements, leaving the United States out. Canada is also negotiating treaties with the European Union. Footnote: the Japan-EU Economic Partnership Agreement, JEFTA, came into force February 1, 2019. The Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, CETA, provisionally came into force in 2017, though only 17 of 27 EU countries have ratified the agreement as of 2024. It is difficult to predict, but I believe global economic integration under the transnational corporate system is so dense that it will not be much affected by national developments, and this is what we must consider if we want to analyze how the world is changing. Especially in the last 20 years, there have been substantial changes in the international economy, while transnational corporations are developing highly complex supply chains involving dozens of countries. For example, the world's largest corporation, Apple, is headquartered in the United States, but has most of its products assembled in China under the management of a Taiwanese company. If you look at the profits, a very small part stays in China, a large part stays with Foxconn in Taiwan, and a huge part goes directly to Apple, which avoids paying U.S. taxes by setting up a small office in Ireland that it calls its home base. This is how transnational corporations work. Those who work developing the parts and components of Apple phones don't even know which corporation they are working for, so they are easily exploited, unorganized, easily replaceable workers without any bargaining power. A new type of class division is being created, and immense power is concentrated in the hands of the financial institutions that control all this. These are all important elements to pay attention to when we talk about American decline. There has been a lot of talk that China, even India, will be the next great powers, but such development faces lots of obstacles. China is still a poor nation, India even more so. If you look at the UN Human Development Index, which is a detailed measure of development, I think China is 90th and India is 130th. Although China's growth has been substantial and poverty reduction over the last 10 years has advanced, it still has a long way to go to be a truly independent power. We must be very clear about the scales and proportions of what is really happening. Latin America, beacon of hope? Saúl Alvídrez. Given the present political moment, what role does Latin America play? Noam Chomsky. Well, if we look at the neoliberal period, which basically started with Reagan, Latin America was the first major victim of the structural adjustment programs, which devastated the region in the 1980s and 1990s. These were the lost decades. The structural adjustment programs were carried out according to the ideology of the Washington Consensus and administered by the IMF, which is basically a branch of the U.S. State Department. Pepe and Saúl already know the consequences of those years. However, Latin America was also the first region in the world to emerge from this era, along with East Asia after its financial collapse in 1997, by moving away from the Washington Consensus and the IMF. At the beginning of this century, progressive governments in Latin America took significant steps to reverse the disastrous consequences of this period. One of them was in fact able to expel the IMF, which now no longer lends as much to Latin America and is now more concentrated on Europe. The left turn took place in several countries, with governments moving to significantly reduce poverty, increase educational opportunities, and strengthen civil rights. Largely under the leadership of Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva in Brazil, international efforts were made to try to modify the international order and give a stronger voice to the global south. This led to the formation, for example, of BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, a bloc separated from the Washington Consensus and initiated mainly by Lula. These were significant changes that modified the structure of global decision-making. Unfortunately, all this was accompanied by some serious mistakes that today threaten to reverse the achievements to return the region to the disastrous policies of earlier years. One of the main problems in Latin America is the lack of will to mitigate severe endemic corruption. On the other hand, Latin America has many resources, but these resources have traditionally been used to enrich a tiny sector of the population and foreign investors. This is the other big mistake that has undermined its development. In all these years, Latin America has continued, even under leftist governments, with a model of basically producing and exporting its natural resources, also encouraged by the temptation, which should have been resisted, to satisfy China's growing appetite for raw materials. So Latin America concentrated on exploiting soybeans, iron, etc., which means, of course, importing huge quantities of products manufactured by China at very low prices, which destroys incipient local industries. This is how you end up with countries based on the export of raw materials and imports of manufactured goods from abroad, undermining local industry. This is something that has happened for centuries in Latin America and unfortunately has continued under the leftist governments. In some cases, this trend even increased. These are serious issues, although I believe they can be overcome. It is surprising to compare Latin America with East Asia in economic terms. David Felix, for example, an international economist, has done studies on the subject. Latin America has enormous advantages compared to Southeast Asia, and by objective standards should be much further ahead. Latin America has a wealth of natural resources. East Asia does not. Latin America has no external enemies. East Asia does. These are substantial differences. But the policies that have been followed in Asia since the 1950s are very different from those of Latin America, which has continued its history of allowing profits to flow to a tiny elite that has now become extremely wealthy. Imports in Latin America are of luxury goods, while those of East Asia are imports of commodities for development. In East Asia, even the export of capital has been banned, and in South Korea is punished harshly, while foreign investments are permitted, but are strictly controlled by the government. In Latin America, investments from abroad are basically intended to steal as much as possible. Class structure in Latin America is also a real issue. The concentration of wealth is extreme. Beyond looking for ways to avoid paying taxes, the rich in Latin America are in general not interested in the development of their countries. They are only interested in continuing to enrich themselves. In East Asia, this is very much under control, and the consequences are striking. South Korea, for example, which in the 1950s was on a par with a poor country in Africa, is today a great industrial power, whereas in Latin America this is not the case. There were indeed important changes during the first part of this century, but we have yet to see Latin America transform into a more equitable and democratic region capable of controlling its own destiny. The IMF and the US military bases have been expelled, and that is good, but there is more to be done. If we look at Brazil, for example, Lula's policy were not so different from those of João Goulart in the 1960s. Goulart's progressive policies as president led to a 1964 military coup d'état, backed and promoted by the United States. In fact, Kennedy's ambassador to Brazil, Lincoln Gordon, called that coup, quote, the single most decisive victory of freedom in the mid-20th century, end quote. When Lula put into place similar policies, there could be no coup d'état. The United States is relatively weaker than it was in the 1960s. There is now more opposition to imperialism and external threats, partly also because of what has happened politically in Latin America in recent years, and this can be further advanced in coordination and solidarity as a region. Latin America can play a significant global role if it frees itself from the stranglehold of neoliberal measures. It has already made progress in this regard, but much more can be done. Noam Chomsky. With the retreat of left governments that has been taking place, what are the prospects for Latin America? José Mujica. There is a tendency to sweep away accomplishments that, though relative, were important, such as increases in labor rights, stability for union movements, and tools for workers' self-defense. It seems to me that all this is now at stake in Latin America. I fear we are abandoning hard-fought protections that the trade union movements and workers achieved, which allowed them to be in a better position to fight for wages and control their lives. Throughout Latin America, there is a tendency to cut back now, to go backwards. Noam Chomsky, what do you think are the possible sources of opposition to the current rightward shift in Latin America? José Mujica, I think we are going to suffer a little more, but the resistance is going to continue because right-wing forces cannot fix the underlying economic issues. Noam Chomsky, what are the main sources of resistance? José Mujica, workers and young people. Capitalism at this moment needs more committed students fighting for their future. This is happening throughout the world. It is happening in Turkey, it is happening in Japan, it is happening in Europe, it is happening in Mexico. Noam Chomsky, As for the working class, the unions, and the labor movement, do you see any sign that they are forces of resistance? José Mujica: Yes, in Brazil, workers are resisting. In Uruguay, too. Noam Chomsky: What about Argentina? José Mujica: In Argentina, the workers' movement is strong, although it has a Peronist tradition. Noam Chomsky: Is there any kind of interaction between the Brazilian, Argentine, and Uruguayan labor movements? José Mujica: There is a good relationship between the Uruguayan labor unions and part of the Brazilian trade union movement, as well as parts of the Argentine union movement. Noam Chomsky: When you were president, did you work on developing these relationships? José Mujica: Yes, I've said that in South America further collaboration in this area should be a central aim, which I think has a clear path forward. First, the university movements need to be integrated, so we have a shared intellectual foundation. And second, we should bring together the workers' movements, and then we can focus on economic integration. Noam Chomsky: And is there any progress in these directions, or are they just aspirations for the future? José Mujica: The countries of South America have real relationships in this regard. We cultivate this, and we support each other. We coordinate our delegations that go to the International Labor Organization (ILO) meetings around the world. For example, 2 months ago we had a congress in Chile, which I attended. We are fighting to win the secretariat of the ILO with the support of all Latin Americans. We are trying to put together a coordinated policy, and there are many difficulties, but there is no other way. Our trade union movement is not subordinated to the political parties. It is independent. It is not neutral, though. It has a clear left vision. Noam Chomsky: What about economic integration between countries? José Mujica: This has been difficult. Because urgent national concerns dominate government's attention, the problem of integration is indefinitely postponed. Noam Chomsky: What do you think of the future of UNASUR, Union of South American Nations, and CELAC, Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, during this period of retreat? Will they collapse or continue to function? José Mujica: They are going to be a little frozen. In Latin America, we invent institutions and then we leave them on ice and make others. Noam Chomsky: So do you think these organizations will disappear and new ones will appear in their place? Or will UNASUR and CELAC be revitalized? José Mujica: I think they will remain frozen for a while, and what happens after that will depend on the political situation in the Americas, but they are not going to disappear. Noam Chomsky: Are they really working in any way? José Mujica: Something works, bureaucratically. Lucia Topolansky: It depends a lot on what happens in the presidential elections in Brazil. Noam Chomsky: Brazil is not looking good now. José Mujica: Brazil is complicated. Noam Chomsky: Are you in contact with Lula? José Mujica: Yes, I was there recently. I think they are going to launch attacks against him so that he cannot be a candidate again. Footnote: In July 2017, after this conversation, Lula was convicted on charges of money laundering and corruption, after which he spent 580 days in prison. He attempted to run in the 2018 Brazilian presidential election, but was disqualified. Noam Chomsky: That's what Valeria thinks as well. José Mujica: They will look for a legal way to block him. Noam Chomsky: Does Lula feel confident that he will be able to overcome this crisis? José Mujica: He has the character of a wrestler. He will not give up. He will keep on fighting. All this is good for him as a person. He rejuvenates himself with the struggle. Lula in power is surrounded by bureaucracy. In opposition, Lula leans on the people, on his people. Noam Chomsky: So, what do you expect will happen? José Mujica: I don't know. What I do know is that Lula has a towering influence. Footnote: Lula's convictions were nullified in 2021 by the Brazilian Supreme Court. In 2022, he ran for president and defeated incumbent Jair Bolsonaro in a runoff. He was sworn in for his third term in January 2023, 12 years after his first 2 terms as president ended. In 2024, Lula visited Mujica's Montevideo home. Quote, "He's much more mature these days," Mujica told Reuters after the visit. Noam Chomsky. Valeria is pessimistic about the chances that Brazil will emerge from its present crisis. José Mujica. But the right is never going to win totally, and the left is never going to win totally either. It's a seesaw. Noam Chomsky. Do you think there is a possibility of another military coup in Brazil? José Mujica. No, the judiciary is too strong. Noam Chomsky. You think so? José Mujica. The moral force of the country now comes from the judiciary. Noam Chomsky. Valeria is of the same opinion. José Mujica. But there is something fascist about how Lula is being targeted. Noam Chomsky. That's a valid description. José Mujica. The moralizing of the conservatives is hard to take. Noam Chomsky. Do you think the Workers' Party sacrificed a huge opportunity by falling into the trap of corruption and bad governance, as well as lacking focus on diversifying the economy? José Mujica. I think that the greatest ally of capitalism at this moment is the culture it has generated. Culture penetrates society and is also present in people of the left and the left governments. Noam Chomsky. So you see no alternative? José Mujica. I believe that alternatives are appearing. Not everything is so bleak, though there has been a retreat. Noam Chomsky. Is there a general awareness of alternatives? Is there awareness among segments of the population that alternatives can be built? José Mujica. I think there are certainly paths forward. Noam Chomsky. What can you say about the landless workers' movement in Brazil? Will it play a role in the resistance? José Mujica. Yes, it is a very interesting movement, one that does not avoid the current struggle. I consider the movement one of the most important parts of the left. It seems to me that they are well positioned. I do not see that all is lost. I think that there is a difficult struggle, but in Latin America we have much more difficult moments. Fleeing from a dictatorship, for example. I see that we are in trouble, but we are not lost. Noam Chomsky. Well, that's for sure. Do you think that the achievements of the Lula government in poverty reduction and education, among others, will be maintained? José Mujica. No, there is going to be a major retreat now. I'm talking about labor stability, labor rights, the welfare state, etc. And this is already being seen all over the world. The pullback in Europe is strong as well. So I think we are going to see a period of great global upheaval. Macron's reforms in France are not going to be easy either. Noam Chomsky. Well, for some years, it seemed that Latin America could be a beacon of hope and a leading region in a global movement. That is why the left retreat in Latin America is such a serious phenomenon. It is very important to recover what was achieved, because for now, at least briefly, something significant has been lost. José Mujica. Yes, but here I think we can find some comfort in history. Left and right are recent terms, from the French Revolution. But in human history, there has always been a faction struggling for equality and a conservative faction. I believe this struggle will continue, but I am confident about the future. The left will never triumph completely, but we will never be defeated either. We have just climbed a few steps. The next big mess in Latin America is likely to be Argentina. Noam Chomsky. Argentina? Why do you say that? José Mujica. Peronism is strong and has a strong social base. When Peronism is in power, it divides people. When it's in opposition, it tends to get stuck. When it's united, it is unbearable. Noam Chomsky. Do you think there will be anything that lasts from Argentine workers' efforts to take over factories and other enterprises? José Mujica. Yes, absolutely. Some of the innovation with workers' cooperatives will persist, but I fear it is going to get violent in Argentina. In Uruguay, I don't think it will be so dramatic. Uruguay is not reactionary. Saúl Alvídrez. We can't overstate what it means to have had progressive governments across Latin America, even if they are now in retreat. To be able to watch their successes, their mistakes, their vision of the future. José Mujica. Yes, if you look at the government of Néstor Kirchner in Argentina, Hugo Chávez in Venezuela, Rafael Correa in Ecuador, Evo Morales in Bolivia, and others, they have had a major impact on the future of Americas. Evo has been a very good administrator. He has created a balanced economy. Bolivia has made an important advance with respect to what it used to be. Noam Chomsky. And do you think what was achieved across these governments is sustainable in Latin America? José Mujica. Yes, I think so. Noam Chomsky. One problem I see is in Colombia. I wonder whether communities that have been somewhat protected by the existence of the FARC, even if they opposed the FARC, can survive the invasions of international mining corporations and agribusiness that had been held back by the guerrilla war. I was in Colombia working with some of these communities. José Mujica. Yes, this is a danger, and if the peace process is not accompanied by a land policy and the promotion of rural life, it is very difficult for peace to be achieved in Colombia, because there are many interests in favor of maintaining the conflict. Noam Chomsky. I visited a very poor community several times, a very remote community in La Vega, in the south of Colombia. When you approach the village, there is a small cemetery, just crosses. This is a simple cemetery where people who were killed by the paramilitaries are buried. The people there consider FARC as just another enemy, but they are trying to protect their water and other resources from the invasion of mining corporations. They fear that with the peace process they will lose the ability to protect their own resources from the large multinationals. Saúl Alvídrez. That's right, and we will need regional and global agreements to generate any such protections. How can we build those agreements? Noam Chomsky. I think we can do it with the available models. For example, let's think of Latin America during the period of the 10 or 15 years of real progress with left-wing governments. There were steps toward regional agreements. For example, the decision to push out IMF from Latin America was a regional agreement that is positive. The agreement to eliminate U.S. military bases was a great accomplishment. CELAC never really worked, but the idea was very good, to free Latin America from the U.S. and the U.S. military and move toward the kind of programs that are really needed in the region, and all of this can be extended. The European Union, for all its faults, has great contributions to make. After all, this is the first time in hundreds of years that European countries are not engaged in destroying each other, and that is no small change. There are many opportunities to do so, but it will take a lot of popular commitment and activism to move in that direction. Take the Paris Climate Agreement, which is by no means enough, but it is the first major global agreement to do something serious about a transcendent problem in the world, or the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. These are significant global agreements. Saúl Alvídrez. Pepe, with regard to regional agreements in Latin America in particular, what can you tell us about the integration process? José Mujica. I think that indirectly Trump's policies are going to help us a little bit, because he is isolating the United States, and that has been reflected in Europe as well. Europe is trying to get closer to Latin America, and Latin America is trying to strengthen ties among countries. It is no longer a problem of the left alone. It is a problem for almost every country, because the presence of a demanding China in Latin America is becoming stronger and more evident, and for us it is good, although dangerous. Noam Chomsky. Very dangerous. José Mujica. We need another market, and that market can be Europe. We also cannot live with our backs turned on Africa. Brazil realized this early. Cuba bled for Africa, supporting various African countries with aid and soldiers. It has incredible prestige there. Many African heads of state came to Fidel Castro's funeral. The number was impressive if you look at how small Cuba is. Nigeria is a country that, if it continues its rate of economic growth, might match China's growth trajectory in a few years, an impressive thing. The Nigerian aristocracy consumes English meat and French cheeses. We tend to believe that the only market is in the north, but we need to look at the rest of the world. Noam Chomsky. Latin America has already suffered from these dangers. It is one of the things that undermined Brazil, for example. The fact that China was willing to buy raw materials seriously disoriented the Workers' Party in Brazil, as it did for the Kirchners in Argentina, who instead of diversifying the economy concentrated on exporting primary goods, which, of course, led to importing cheap manufactured goods that undermined their domestic manufacturing industries, and the same happened in Venezuela. The result is that the economies are now somewhat more primitive than before the period of growth and development of the last 10 to 15 years, all because they allowed China's appetite for primary goods to undermine their own economies. These are dangers that simply must be overcome. José Mujica. That is why we need integration between us, as well as other alternatives. Saúl Alvídrez. Pepe, tell us why integration might mean an alternative to this situation. José Mujica. Because it is essential to have the technical scale, scientific scale, and population scale needed to face today's world. A world that is configured in large political and economic blocs. This is the only way to compete. We must muster this strength because we Latin Americans are running behind. The North has an enormous advantage over us in research and knowledge. We must integrate Latin American universities. We must integrate our intellectual cultures. If we do not integrate our intellectual cultures, we will never integrate Latin America. And look, there is no potential confluence on Earth like the one Latin America represents. We are talking about an enormous geographic area, and we have enormous differences, yes, but we have a common language and the shared history of the Catholic Church. Look, I am an atheist, but the Catholic Church has created a tradition that is foundational for Latin America. We have a wealth of common characteristics in Latin America, particularly language, and this is an invaluable asset. Not even China has this strategic wealth. It has several languages and disparate zones, even though it is a 5,000-year-old empire. Yes, in Brazil we have Portuguese, which is a different language, but not so much if you speak it slowly. When Latin America was born, each port grew into a state, and we were born connected to the world market without first connecting with ourselves. Reversing this process is a big cultural challenge, but let us aim to bring together the universities. Let us aim to bring together our intellectual cultures. Saúl Alvídrez. I think global circumstances are pushing us toward regional integration, or at least giving us a possible path. Noam Chomsky. Correct me if I am wrong, but as far as I know, the Union of South American Nations, USAN, never took on the problem of concentrating on the export of primary goods and importing cheap manufactured products, which destroyed national manufacturing industries. Was it ever considered? José Mujica. No, there was a lot of talk, but no policy. Governments are always worried about who will win the next elections. Governments in Latin America tend to look at the short term and do not see what is important in the medium and long term. We do not think like the Chinese, who are not in a hurry and make plans for generations to come. There are 4 countries that are fundamental to the regional integration process, from my perspective: Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, and Colombia. Argentina, for example, is not so large, but it is very rich, frighteningly rich for Latin America. Do you know what Argentina has? You go to Santa Fe in northeastern Argentina, and it has 9 million hectares of Class 1 soil. That is worth more than striking oil. This is some of the most fertile land that exists. It produces food for 300 million inhabitants, but it could easily produce food for 1 billion people. There is a popular saying in the Rio de la Plata that says when God was making Argentina, he gave it so many things that St. Peter said, "No, wait, you are giving them too much." And God replied, "Don't worry, I'm going to put the Argentines there." Colombia has 12 million poor farmers, 22 million workers. 60% of the land has no title deeds. Imagine having places like the Choco rainforest, the place where it rains the most in the world. It is a gigantic greenhouse. It has everything. There are even places in the forests where the sunlight never reaches the ground. An emporium of life. Saúl Alvídrez, I don't think enough has been done to bring Mexico and Brazil together. José Mujica, this has always been one of my concerns, and something I focused on as president. I shared a meal with President Enrique Peña Nieto when he took office. He came to Chile and then to Uruguay, and well, I made his head spin with the idea that Mexico should try to get closer to Brazil. And in Brazil, I have also tried to tell them to stop being suspicious of Mexico. Saúl Alvídrez, Pepe, the left in Mexico, how do you see it? José Mujica, tell me what you think. What about Andrés Manuel López Obrador? Saúl Alvídrez, I think it is good that he has pushed aside the left political parties we had. They were only there to play a game. If we look at the previous elections in 2006 and 2012, the allied parties, such as the PRD, Partido de la Revolución Democrática, were a burden. I think López Obrador realized in time that a new party had to be created and formed his party, Morena, Movimiento de Regeneración Nacional. He has done something significant. And now we see businessmen and U.S. newspapers admitting that he may win the election in 2018. Footnote: López Obrador was elected president of Mexico after this conversation, following a landslide victory in the 2018 general election. José Mujica, and the Trump effect is going to help López Obrador. Saúl Alvídrez, yes, and so will President Enrique Peña Nieto's abysmal record. José Mujica, he will leave behind a real mess. Saúl Alvídrez, I see 3 things in López Obrador that are uncommon in Mexico. He is an honest person, he is committed to his agenda, and he comes with experience. However, I do not believe he is going to be the absolute solution. No way. José Mujica, no one man alone can be the solution. Saúl Alvídrez, indeed, a big problem in Mexico is corruption, as López Obrador says. But, for me, in Mexico and everywhere else, the main thing should be to increase people's participation in decision-making, as we have been saying, to broaden people's collective self-determination. So that is where I focus my attention. But López Obrador can make a lot of progress. Let's see what happens. I think López Obrador and the left in general should embrace workers and fight to transfer decision-making power to the people as a central strategy. The left may win elections, and we may have some progressive presidents, but nothing will change unless we open up our politics. An unprecedented and interesting factor in the current Mexican electorate is that for the first time everyone knows that the PRI, Partido Revolucionario Institucional, and the PAN, Partido Acción Nacional, are functionally the same. People have already lived 70 years with the PRI, then PAN for 2 6-year terms, and then the PRI came again with Peña Nieto, and now for the first time it is totally clear there is no difference. This is the first time that the Mexican electorate has seen it this clearly, and add Trump, add the fall of the Mexican peso, the violence of drug trafficking, the immense corruption. José Mujica, the people have had enough. Saúl Alvídrez, it seems that Mexico is about to change. José Mujica, yes, something is going to happen. Saúl Alvídrez, do you think there is a possibility of an alliance between Lula and López Obrador? José Mujica, I am good friends with Lula. I don't know López Obrador. I was in Mexico in October 2016. I didn't want to get involved in Mexico's domestic politics then. Now Mexico is much more polarized. It seems to me the domestic situation is deteriorating at a rapid rate. Saúl Alvídrez, it's just that irritation has built up. José Mujica, an impressive cultural trait of Mexico is that it has a tradition of welcoming people and accepting people from all over. Perhaps this was initiated by President Lázaro Cárdenas, who accepted 1 million Spaniards during the Spanish Civil War. I had many compatriots who lived in Mexico during the dictatorship, and they were treated impeccably, but on one condition, quote, "Don't get involved in Mexican politics." That is also characteristic of Mexico. The respect and protection for outsiders is paired with a wariness of foreign influence. As president, I tried to keep some distance, partly because of this tradition. Saúl Alvídrez, but what about President Felipe Calderón? He did try to meddle in Venezuela and everywhere else. José Mujica, he did meddle everywhere else, yes. I did not want to get involved in Brazilian politics when I was president, but I am a friend of Lula. One must be careful. I have another reason for my admiration of Mexicans. They maintain their identity. I am thinking of Latin Americans who go to live in the U.S. It seems to me that Mexicans maintain their identity in the U.S. more than others do. Maybe it is their Aztec heritage, the indigenous substratum that is interwoven there. There is a Mexican way of being, despite all the influence from the U.S. Again, this is why Porfirio Diaz said, "Poor Mexico, so far from God." Saúl Alvídrez, and so close to the United States. José Mujica, it is barbaric what the United States did to Mexico. This is unforgettable for any Mexican. And with Trump, they want to put up a wall, don't they? They were telling me in Tijuana recently, we can build the wall ourselves and we'll pay for it, but we're going to build it on the old border. Saúl Alvídrez, that's great. José Mujica, $3.50 a day in the maquila in Tijuana. That is not even equivalent to half an hour for a U.S. wage earner. Saúl Alvídrez, in Mexico, we have the second lowest minimum wage in Latin America. There is so much pain, so much economic suffering. José Mujica, and by 2035 the United States is going to be the largest Spanish-speaking nation in the world. Saúl Alvídrez, and meanwhile Latin America has a young labor force, a population of more than 600 million inhabitants, natural resources. José Mujica, we are a colossus. We, in Uruguay, are 3.5 million inhabitants, but this country produces food for 30 million people. And without much effort it could produce more. It is difficult, and there will be many cataclysms and much pain, but there is hope too. There is real hope for Latin America. Saúl Alvídrez, there are committed people who will fight for the region, but it is important that young people also know this is a fight, because Latin American integration is not going to come by osmosis. José Mujica, of course, not by osmosis. Because when we talk about Latin American integration, we are talking about a complex geopolitical problem, but an urgent one. Saúl Alvídrez, Professor Chomsky, in this international context, what can you tell us about the future of Mexico and Latin America in general? Noam Chomsky, well, I believe that Porfirio Diaz's phrase is still true. being so close to the United States, Mexico was trapped and joined NAFTA. And since then, it has practically the lowest growth rate in Latin America. Its agricultural sector has been devastated, as expected, and this led to a large outflow of migrants, people fleeing harsh living conditions. Mexico's drug trafficking problem is caused by demand from the United States. Both the demand for drugs and the supply of weapons come mostly from the United States, but Mexico is being torn to pieces. Until the so-called war on drugs waged by the United States, which is extremely harmful throughout Latin America, but particularly in Mexico, is ended, Mexico will continue to face serious problems. In the regional summits, some Latin American countries have shown a desire to escape the impact of the U.S. war on drugs. Uruguay has taken some significant steps, including legalization of marijuana under the Mujica government, as have other countries as well. But Mexico has not joined, and it should. And yes, Mexico has a lot of internal problems, but they are not insurmountable. Europe. José Mujica. What frightens me most is the impotence of Europe, which has been transformed into a power that does not have the capacity to decide for itself. It is unbelievable. Footnote. This chapter comes from a 2022 online conversation following the February 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. Think of the old defenders of Europe, like Charles de Gaulle, who thought that Europe stretched to the Urals. Naturally, post-Cold War peace in Europe should have included Russia and not isolated it. But what the US did was to push it to the other side, toward China. From a geopolitical point of view, the Russians may be scumbags, but I am not talking about principles. I am talking about interests. Noam Chomsky. But even more dramatic changes are coming. The world order is again being rearranged, partly because of the 2022 invasion of Ukraine. If you look closely, since 1945, the role of Europe in the global system has been at stake. Will Europe become a third player in the international system, or will it remain subordinate to the United States within the NATO alliance? De Gaulle was the most prominent proponent of European independence, even though he was always outmaneuvered by U.S. power. After the fall of the USSR, this became a central issue. Mikhail Gorbachev advocated a common European home, from Lisbon to Vladivostok, with Russia and the Eastern European countries as equal partners for peaceful and cooperative development. But the U.S. pushed for the Atlantic Alliance, which, since President Clinton began a drive to expand NATO, has brought us into the conflict we are now seeing in Ukraine. Putin, in his criminal stupidity, drove Europe into the pocket of the United States. But all this brings with it a big problem. If Europe remains dependent on Washington's decisions, it will decline severely. This decline of Europe is already happening, but the temptation remains, and will increase, to accommodate itself to preserve huge export flows to China and access to Russian and Eurasian resources. Thus, Europe will soon have to decide between accepting its decline as a satellite of the United States or to making a readjustment to create a common European home, and that decision will undoubtedly be a central factor in the next global system. José Mujica. I am astonished by the political decadence of Europe, to such an extent that one looks with nostalgia at the old conservatives that Europe had, who at least saw a little further and had a little more dignity, precisely like de Gaulle, who defined Europe as reaching as far as the Urals and who realized that a peace process would inevitably have to include Russia as part of Europe. However, the stupidity of NATO in breaking up the Warsaw Pact was a step without the slightest long-term political perspective. And I believe that behind all this we are seeing a kind of duel in which the United States fears losing supremacy to China. China.
José Mujica. I was recently in China. It felt like another China compared to my last visit. Noam Chomsky. I was there about 2 years ago. There is still a lot of poverty. For all the great strides in development, it remains a relatively poor country with serious political and ecological issues. José Mujica. There are overlapping issues that China faces, including the environment and access to adequate water supplies. There is also the country's dependence on coal to generate electrical power. Noam Chomsky. The country is following an exacting development plan, but there are many difficulties ahead. José Mujica. Yes, but the Chinese are very tenacious. Noam Chomsky. When I was in Beijing, it seemed every day a new skyscraper was going up. On the other hand, if you go deeper into the country, you discover that it is still quite poor. They are sponsoring development projects in Central Asia, Europe, and Africa, extremely ambitious projects. On the other hand, conflicts in the South China Sea could become dangerous, and there is no simple solution. Japan has controlled a huge part of the Pacific and the South Pacific since the days of its imperial power. The United States controls a large part as well. China is now trying to dominate its own region. José Mujica. And there is another dangerous point of conflict. What happens in the Tibetan Plateau? Where does its water go? The water now goes into the Ganges, the Mekong, and the Yellow River. There's going to be a big dispute in the region for fresh water. The Chinese are also making ambitious investments in dams and waterworks. Noam Chomsky. The glaciers in the Himalayas are also melting faster than ever before. It will be a problem for all of Asia. José Mujica. For all of Asia, and therefore for all humanity. Noam Chomsky. India and Pakistan also draw on the same water resources, and of course, they both have nuclear weapons. José Mujica. Millions of people would be impacted by such a conflict. Part 3. Values for the 21st Century. Life and Love. Saúl Alvídrez. Professor Chomsky, what does a life well lived mean to you? Noam Chomsky. Well, I would answer with what Omar Khayyam writes in the Rubaiyat. Quote, a jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou, beside me singing in the wilderness. End quote. From there we begin. Saúl Alvídrez. Pepe, what is love? José Mujica. Love? At my age, it is my habits and solace. Love has ages. It is volcanic when we are young, and at my age, it's sweet habits, getting used to everyday things that seem unimportant, but that in the end are the only important ones. Saúl Alvídrez. Professor Chomsky, how do you define love? Noam Chomsky. Love is timeless. If we go back to Homer, the Greeks went to war because Helen was abducted. Penelope then wove for 10 years as a way of delaying her suitors as she waited for Odysseus to return. Sometimes you can be waiting without knowing you are waiting. I waited for many years before I met my wife, Valeria, and I have discovered a new kind of love. Saúl Alvídrez. You and Valeria have been together since 2014? Valeria Wasserman Chomsky. Since 2013. Noam Chomsky. It proves you can find love at 87. Valeria Wasserman Chomsky. You are 84. Lucia Topolansky. We have a friend, an anthropologist, who found love at 94, and he wrote me an email saying, spring is here. José Mujica. That is incredible. Daniel Vidart is his name. He has a new book out every 2 months, or so it seems. Lucia Topolansky. Vidart told us that when he was young, he made plans for several years at a time. Then he got older and planned for months. Now he plans for a single day. Noam Chomsky. For me it was different. I had contemplated that my life would one day end, but now that I have found love, I hope to live forever. Saúl Alvídrez. Pepe, what gives life meaning? José Mujica.
It seems to me that a difference between humans and other animals is that humans can impart meaning and direction to their lives. And that is one opportunity we have, to push our lives in a certain direction. If we don't give ourselves a direction, our lives will be managed by the market, and this poses a real dilemma. We cannot wait for a better world. We must fight for a better world and believe that a better world is possible. But each one of us has a better world to build within himself. You must be the master of your own life, not let it be managed from outside. For this, it is not necessary to come to power or to change property relations or anything like that. It is necessary to fight inside our own heads. This is the strongest message we can transmit to young people. If you cannot change the world, you can change yourself. Do not let yourself be dominated. Why? The greatest miracle of all is that there is life. When I was younger, I was a humanist, and it seemed to me that human life was at the center. But now that I am older, I am less a humanist. I love the entirety of life on Earth. The life of a little grass, the life of an ant, the life of a cockroach. Life is what separates us from the inert. We belong to that world. It is a classic philosophical question. What is the meaning of life? Shall we watch the world progress and just let things happen? Or will we try to influence the shape of the world to come and attempt to increase human happiness? And one day, when you are old and you must look at yourself in the mirror and ask, how have I spent my life? Have I betrayed my goals? That is, have I spent my life paying bills, believing that progress means being hooked into a consumerist society that makes me a target for marketing? Or do I own the direction of my life? You may not be able to change the world, but you can learn to walk in the world without being carried along by the current. Saúl Alvídrez. On the subject of young people, suicide and depression are crises facing my generation. The statistics are alarming. Many live with chronic anxiety. What can we do? José Mujica. All living things are programmed to want to live. We are no different from other animals in this regard. Humans are privileged to have consciousness. We try to live, and we should be aware that the greatest miracle is our existence. To be born is to come from the world of nothingness, and know that we are going to the world of nothingness. We must realize that this little bit of life is the real adventure. To know that, despite all the pains that this experience may mean. There is no greater good than the adventure of living, but we are social animals. If people have failures or difficulties, they can feel defeated, but there is no definitive triumph in life. Do you know what the only triumph in life is? Getting up and going back to begin again every time one falls. That is to say, the great prize is your way of life. Perhaps this is why nature programs us to try and live, and, when we fail, people sometimes end their lives. There is a disease that gets inside us, and is more and more present in society today. Why? Because you must be competitive, because you must succeed, because you must accumulate. In the end, you will reach the same place where we all arrive, death. And that madness, which can be accompanied by a tremendous loneliness in the crowd, sometimes leads people to choose death over life. I spent 7 years in prison without being able to read a book, and the night they threw me a mattress to sleep on, a mattress on the floor, I was happy. I even saved some crumbs for the rats that came at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I had rationed the crumbs. The rats came, and I gave them a few crumbs. I learned that even the smallest animals scream in solitude, but I didn't die. I followed the path of my life. We cannot be so weak as to give up the adventure of living. As I say, the true adventure, the true miracle, is to have been born at all. It is essential to have a cause to live for. Only with a cause in mind will you be able to get back up when you fall. I am not saying that we all must have the same cause. Some of us crazy people dream of changing the society in which we live. But having a cause can mean a scientific passion, painting, fishing, playing soccer, lying on your belly in the sun, or whatever, but you must have a passion. In everything else, we come already programmed. Biology determines almost everything. And on top of that, we have the brutal civilizing pressure of the societies we have created. But unlike the other animals, we can in some sense twist the course of our lives, and that is true freedom. You can take a decision for the direction of your life. Something happens in opposition to what others want to impose, and choose how you are going to spend your life. In general, I believe that people who commit suicide suffer from deep frustration and believe that the world ends there. But in the world, you learn much more from defeat than from triumph. You don't have to let defeat destroy you, but this depends on you. Saúl Alvídrez. What is the difference between someone who risks their life for a cause and someone who ends their life because of pain or depression? José Mujica. Of course, there is a difference, because to take one's life is to abdicate. It is to feel defeated, to lose hope, to lose one's dream, to forget utopia, to have nothing more. He who does not give up may be very wrong, but he has a horizon, he has a path, he has a direction. You can make some mistakes, but you can't sacrifice hope. You cannot live without hope, because in the end life is smiling, despite all the sorrows. The problem is one feels defeated, crushed, finished. But if your guts are alive, no one is defeated. So there is a big difference. Great parts of human progress were the result of people who put their lives on the line, and sometimes even paid with their lives for their daring to push their cause forward. For example, those Chicago workers who fought for the 8-hour workday. How much do other generations of workers have to thank them for? Surely many of them gambled their lives and failed in the short term, but they triumphed in the cause of humanity. Almost every event in the progress of society involves people who had to sacrifice and risk their lives. Saúl Alvídrez. Pepe, what does old age mean to you? José Mujica. It's a natural process of living things, but from up close, it's having a lot of little pains that have no explanation, that come and go, but every day there are more and more of them. If we get a little serious, old age means that we are approaching a mystery for which we have no answer. Where do we come from, and where are we going? Soon we'll be silent, at least for those of us who don't believe in the soul and all that. Noam Chomsky. Well, my opinion on this has changed over time. When I was 10 years old, I thought the idea of loss of consciousness or death was horrendous, a catastrophe. How do you even know if the world is going to continue to exist if your consciousness disappears? By the time I was 15, I had gotten over that, recognizing that we just go from dust to dust again, and in between you have a period of life. But as life goes on, your perspective changes. My first wife, Carol, died of cancer. I took care of her for 2 years while she was dying a horrible death, living at home with lung cancer. This was 10 years ago. She was always at home, and I took care of her, never leaving her alone, but she was essentially reduced to infancy little by little, until she just disappeared. At the time, I assumed I would carry on with my work and eventually disappear too, but then Valeria magically appeared, and then I decided I was a young man again. José Mujica. Well, in the end, the best explanation is that of Tirso de Molina. When I think I'm going to die, I lay down my cloak and go to sleep. Noam Chomsky. My ideal life now, assuming that the problems of the world disappear, would be to live in the house we found recently, and just live there with Valeria. Just to live there with her, with our little dog and our chickens. José Mujica. A very good project. Noam Chomsky. And there's still a lot of work I want to do, creative work. Saúl Alvídrez. Professor, why be an atheist? Noam Chomsky. I don't even know if I would qualify as an atheist. To be an atheist, you must deny the existence of something, and I don't know what I have to deny. Saúl Alvídrez. An agnostic, then? Noam Chomsky. No, it's not agnostic either. There is a claim that something exists beyond. I have no idea what it is, and I have no attitude toward it. If people want to believe in that, that's their choice, but I don't. Saúl Alvídrez. And what is your opinion of militant atheism, those who actively combat the faith of believers? Noam Chomsky. I have mixed feelings on this. I think it makes sense to encourage people to question why they accept unfounded beliefs, and if those beliefs lead to behaviors that are harmful to themselves or others, they should be challenged. On the other hand, if people choose to believe because it somehow enriches their lives or makes them feel better, or they are able to form a community, I think that's quite legitimate, and I have no criticism, as long as it doesn't harm others. José Mujica. I sometimes ask myself, why did I hurry to be born? I would have liked to have been born later and be able to fight today's battles with the younger generation. Saúl Alvídrez. Interesting things are coming, but today's situation is very difficult. José Mujica. Precisely. What is happening today is going to have tremendous costs in the future. Look at Putin, who says he is going to increase his nuclear arsenal. This is not what we need today. What we need today is food and powdered milk for Africa and, all around the world, fresh water. There are women who walk 5 kilometers a day to get 2 buckets of dirty water. That is why we can no longer be satisfied with simplistic ideas about economic development. Our focus on economic development must include an intense focus on human happiness. I often think of Japan, where, despite great advances in various measures of economic development, surveys show that many people live in loneliness and anguish. Compare this to indigenous populations who live in harmony with nature and report higher levels of happiness. We must turn away from money and think of human happiness in new ways. Saúl Alvídrez. Capital cannot be at the center of all thinking. José Mujica. Life must be at the center. Happiness and freedom. Saúl Alvídrez. Pepe, what is a life well lived? José Mujica. I think it's when you spend most of your time on what you like, on what motivates you. And there can be no happiness without freedom. Happiness is not only sensory. Happiness is not equivalent to pleasure. Happiness is balance. The feeling that one is fulfilled by joy and the thing one is committed to. To live, one must work, of course, but life is not only work. You must have time to live. If the market is going to take all my time, and I live only to settle debts and accumulate things, I am not free. Noam Chomsky. And when there is that freedom, work can be the most satisfying part, or one of the most satisfying parts of life. Being involved in creative work under your own control is an incomparable experience. And the fact that people are deprived of this is something that must be prioritized. This is something that anyone can do, whether it's research in a physics lab or fixing your car in the garage on the weekend. These are the ways that people find satisfaction in life, as you say. José Mujica. The most difficult freedom to maintain is freedom in our own thinking. And here again, we must thank Noam Chomsky, who has dedicated much of his work to this question. Freedom of thought means not being dogmatic, having an open mind, and trying to perceive reality with nuance, in shades of gray, not to be fanatical while remaining passionate. But we must also have time for other freedoms, free time for each one of us to cultivate our passions, to cultivate the things in life that are pleasing to us, and that need time for our children, time for our friends, time for our family, time for the simple things. The society of hyper-consumption, which makes me pay and pay and pay and live in desperation, robs me of my freedom because I have to transform my time into money to be able to pay for the things I buy. I think we must be greedy with our time, which is the only important thing. because I am free in that moment when I do what I like. I think that the concept of development that capitalism has propagated is very poor, and the left has largely ignored the problems of human happiness and freedom. Because of course we need development, but we also need a bit of the good life. Humans are emotional animals, but love is given by living things, not by inert things, and the cultivation of love takes time. The world of human relationships, friends, family, children, takes time, and if there is no time, love is sacrificed. Many people say, I don't want my children to lack anything, but then parents end up feeling deprived because they don't have time. You go to work early in the morning and come back late at night, and you kiss your child when they are asleep. But who told you it needs to be this way? Your child needs you. I think this is a widespread contemporary problem, especially in cities around the world. We must fight for a culture of happiness, but a tangible one. We must understand that it is not necessary to come to power or wait for the world or society to change. The person you can change today is you. You can reserve time for the important things and not let yourself be enslaved. Community and solidarity. José Mujica. Humans need community. We need family. So young people who think differently must create new families, new human groups. Call them organizations, unions, groups, parties, cooperatives, clubs. We are immersed in a solitary society. No matter the name, we must create families, get together with equals or those who think alike, build collective worlds and not be alone. There is a lot of escapism, and this should not be confused with community. Look, there are people who take a bicycle and go to Patagonia or Colombia, communicate through the internet with friends, work for 15 days in a place and then leave. And yes, their rebelliousness is beautiful, but they become continental transients, and this is nothing more than an individualistic choice. It is perhaps a valid way to escape, but I think that the struggle is to think about how to become more collective beings. We need less me and more us. Noam Chomsky. Today everything may seem different, but if you go back to the 1930s or 1940s, I remember it from my own experience. Young people were members of groups. Young people didn't confront the world alone. You are a member of a left-wing activist group or a cultural group. We worked together to deal with the problems that came our way. And yes, in those groups, there were older people who could help you because they had experience and they had knowledge. They could be resources, but they couldn't tell you what to do. The most they did was encourage us to think for ourselves, always in a group, of course, because as individuals, it is almost impossible. We know this from the sciences. It is very rare to work individually in science. You usually work in collectives, and new ideas very often come from younger members of a group. One of my experiences from teaching is that there is a difference between teaching undergraduates and graduate students. Graduate students are already more or less trained, with lots of good ideas and all, but they are somewhat predictable. The undergraduates are not yet formed, and they often come out with exciting thoughts that would never have occurred to you, simply because they are just getting started. Those are the things we should encourage. José Mujica. The ones that are already formed are deformed. Noam Chomsky. For example, Valeria and I were in Tucson last year. Some friends took us to an elementary school in a poor, mostly Mexican neighborhood, dysfunctional in many ways with some families involved in drugs. There was a terrible dropout problem in the elementary school, disciplinary problems, nothing was working. But they introduced a program where they started to develop gardens and raise animals, and the kids were involved. They did scientific studies to determine things like nutrients for their crops. When Valeria and I got there, we were introduced to this project by two girls who were maybe 10 or 12 years old. But they were very self-confident and described to us in detail how the harvest worked, how they organized everything, how they started it. The dropout rate is down to 0, and there are no disciplinary problems anymore. The kids are excited and have new ideas. They are children, but something like this can be done on a large scale, can't it?
Saúl Alvídrez: I am sure it can. Pepe, you and Lucia are making a school here next to your house, right? You could implement such a scheme. José Mujica: Yes. This is a rural, agricultural area producing a lot of vegetables, and what Lucia and I were looking at is that those who work the land are mostly old people. And we thought, we will have to keep eating some vegetables after these old people die. That is, if some young people don't come to work here, we will end up having to buy vegetables from China. So we started to build a school here inspired by this observation. Saúl Alvídrez: How did you manage to finance the construction? I saw that it is already far along. José Mujica: We sold a piece of land. Look how we speculated under capitalism. We had bought a cheap piece of land. It took many years, but we sold it at a much higher price, and we invested the money in the school. Noam Chomsky: I think maybe this can work here. This school I told you about has really revitalized the community. The children in the school are now producing fruits and vegetables for the community, and the people in the community are getting involved. So they are forming community organizations. They are working together with the school children on the problems in their own community. All this builds on programs that can provide opportunities for the children to explore their own creative abilities and whatever is meaningful to them. They start by planting vegetables. Then they discover how food and plants can be interrelated with animal production and make sustainable systems, how to control water use and all kinds of things. And then they integrate other communities. I'm talking about a poor Mexican community which, as you can imagine, has a lot of needs, but this is what happened there. José Mujica: Capitalism has been separating us, and we have to find new ways to build community. Noam Chomsky: And all this can be done in urban communities as well. I think it's entirely possible. José Mujica: I think there is great opportunity. I often think of Lenin, who instilled in the left the idea that the only way to advance is to create a state. This conception has lasted more than 100 years, and it didn't work. For the Aymara people, poor is he who has no community. For Seneca, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. End quote. Noam Chomsky: By the way, I saw the effect of the lack of community with the Aymara in the north of Chile, where I visited. There is an Aymara community that is quite marginalized and isolated. I spent some time with them, and they were seriously questioning even the possibility of preserving their culture. Now, if you look at where that community is located, you'll find something surprising. There is now a road that goes from there straight to Bolivia, and in Bolivia, there is a large Aymara community, one that is developing and getting stronger. But in Chile, they don't even know about it. The hostilities between Chile and Bolivia, which go back historically for reasons we know, are so extreme that even the Aymara community has not yet been able to overcome them. They have not been able to take advantage of the thriving Aymara development in Bolivia to strengthen their own society and culture in Chile. But these are all things that an active left could have already overcome. José Mujica: No doubt about it. Noam Chomsky: And all the problems between Bolivia and Chile are the result of the fact that England wanted nitrates for fertilizers and gunpowder. I think the Latin American left by itself, with a certain level of solidarity, could easily solve these problems. The problem here is that you can control people when they do not work together. That is why the effort of all the popular movements, the labor movement and others, has been to try to overcome that by developing solidarity, interaction, communal activity. And it can be achieved, sometimes even in the most unexpected ways. Of course, you don't read about this in the news because it's not the kind of thing that the powers that be want you to know. But take, for example, the solidarity movements in Central America in the 1980s. This was the first time that ordinary people within an imperial power not only protested atrocities, but went to live with the victims. Nothing like this had ever happened before.
thousands of U.S. activists and Central American exiles went to live with people in El Salvador, Nicaragua, and other places to witness what was going on and try to protect people. And these were activists from conservative communities, evangelical communities more than anything else, ordinary people, committed out of a deep sense of solidarity to work with the victims of government atrocities. Again, nothing like this had ever happened in the history of imperialism. The French did not go to live in Algerian villages. During the Vietnam War, nobody went to live in a Vietnamese village, but in the 1980s, it was happening everywhere. Thousands and thousands of people from the most conservative parts of the U.S. This is how the common good can be achieved, through grassroots organizations working for progressive ends in cooperation with others. And cooperation these days can easily be international. I mean, we can make use of technology to create international movements. It is now possible for people in the US, Britain, or Germany to work directly together with people in Ecuador, Bolivia, South Africa, and other countries to achieve common ends. This can be done in a way that has never been possible before. The opportunities are there. What needs to be done is to make use of them. José Mujica. Anthropologically, human beings are social creatures. History has made them capitalists. But we have existed for 300,000 or 400,000 years in family groups of 30 or 40 people, and the worst punishment has always been to be thrown out of the group. Primitive hunters did not own the deer they hunted. We have always lived in teams. Without these groups, we would not have survived. Think of Neanderthals. They were physically stronger, but they did not have the capacity for cooperation that humans have. Property separated us from cooperation. If we want to survive on the planet, we will have to cooperate again. I am not saying that we need to be just like primitive peoples. Now we must do it with the means of the modern world. Saúl Alvídrez. Could we say that the struggle of the 21st century would be to move from an individualistic and competitive culture to a collective and collaborative culture? José Mujica. Collaborative, yes. As the first step, we need organized human groups that, in order to defend themselves and to progress, move forward as a team. Because in reality, every company is a team. When they tell you that so-and-so is infinitely rich, we have to understand that he could never have accumulated that wealth if he had not made use of the many people who worked for him. Any accumulation of wealth means that there were many people who worked to accumulate it, consciously or unconsciously, subject to and driven by the law of necessity. Only cougars can live alone. They are programmed by nature that way. Those felines form a society only to mate, but we humans are gregarious animals. I talk a lot about questions of nature, but do you know why? In the solitude of prison, I spent 7 years without books, about half of my time in prison, and one day I asked myself this question: how are we like animals? Years after my imprisonment, I began to study anthropology. I went to see anthropologist friends, and then I started questioning human nature. You have to deal with the animal, you have to try to tame the animal inside, and then comes conscious construction of something new, while also keeping in mind what remains the animal. And I was amazed at how humans have lived, how man came out of Africa. It's a fantastic story. I wondered how they got to New Zealand, in the middle of the ocean. They didn't have a telephone, they didn't have Google, they didn't have anything like that. And they arrived with women and children. It is admirable. It took them almost 30,000 years to reach America, but they arrived, everywhere, always with large families that supported each other. It is human organization, and I regret that it seems that the only ones who know these things are armies, which organize a group of riflemen with 30 or so guys. Well, I know we are going off on a tangent, but what I want to convey to you is that we must study man as an animal, then as a civilization. I believe that cooperation is an essential characteristic of the species, the worthiest it has. Democracy. Saúl Alvídrez. Let's talk about democracy, what it is and in what state it is in the 21st century. José Mujica. Democracy means, and must mean, distribution of decision-making power among the people. Authority leads to oppression. The challenge is whether we can create a civilization that limits forms of oppression. Are we capable of governing ourselves without repressing our fellow citizens? Noam Chomsky. At the moment, our democracy is fundamentally a plutocracy. It is called democracy, but this is not democracy. Take, for example, the case of the United States, the model of democracy for centuries. In a democracy, the voice of the people is heard. Let's ask what might happen in the United States if this principle were upheld. One consequence would be that the most popular and respected political figure in the world would have an influential role, maybe even be president. That's Bernie Sanders, by a very large margin. The Sanders campaign was the most remarkable feature of the 2016 elections. It broke the prevailing pattern of over a century of U.S. political history. A substantial body of academic political science research establishes very convincingly that elections are pretty much bought. Campaign funding alone is a remarkably good predictor of electability, for Congress as well, and also for decisions of elected officials. Research also shows that a considerable majority of the electorate, those lower on the income scale, are effectively disenfranchised, in that their representatives pay no attention to their preferences. As wealth increases, political representation does too, though only slightly, until you arrive at the very top, a fraction of 1%, where our policies are pretty much set. The Sanders campaign broke sharply from that well-established model. Sanders was scarcely known. He had virtually no support from the main funding sources. The corporate sector and private wealth was derided by the media, and he even dared to use the scare word socialist. Yet he probably would have won the Democratic nomination had it not been for shenanigans of the Obama-Clinton party managers. Suppose he had won, or even that he had a major public platform today. We might then hear statements like this concerning labor rights, quote, "I have no use for those, regardless of their political party, who hold some foolish dream of spinning the clock back to days when unorganized labor was a huddled, almost helpless mass. Only a handful of unreconstructed reactionaries harbor the ugly thought of breaking unions. Only a fool would try to deprive working men and women of the right to join the union of their choice." End quote. That's not Sanders, however. The candidate who said that was Dwight Eisenhower when he was running for president in 1952. Such was the voice of conservatism during the days of the great growth period of regulated state capitalism, often called the economic golden age. We've come a long way since then. Now we are on the verge of seeing the demise of even public unions, about the only sort that remains in the United States. Real democracy would be quite different, so public opinion studies show. Much of the same holds for a host of other issues, as both parties have shifted well to the right during the neoliberal period, with the Republicans now at a point where respected conservative political scientists describe them as a radical insurgency that has abandoned parliamentary politics. The consequence is anger, frustration, and contempt for the formal institutions of democracy, reactions that often take ominous forms. The basic fact is that a true majority of the population would never vote for the policies designed by elites. Some simple figures give a good indication why. In 2007, before the crash, at the height of euphoria about the Great Moderation and the grand triumphs of neoliberalism and neoclassical economies, real wages of American workers were lower than they had been in 1979, when the neoliberal experiment was just taking off. One important reason was explained by Federal Reserve Chair Alan Greenspan when he testified to Congress on the wondrous economy he was managing. He informed Congress that greater work insecurity was keeping wages and inflation low. Workers were too intimidated to ask for decent wages, benefits, and working conditions, even in the late 1990s when unemployment was low. By neoliberal standards, a sign of health of the economy. Social justice measures also deteriorated through this period. The United States, in fact, ranks at the very bottom of the developed countries of the OECD in such measures, alongside Greece, Mexico, and Turkey. But profits are booming, particularly in the largely predatory financial industry, which exploded during the neoliberal period, accounting for 40% of corporate profit right before the crash, for which they were, once again, largely responsible. One motive for the so-called reforms of neoliberalism was to reverse the falling rate of profit that was largely a consequence of popular activism and worker militancy in the 1960s. That was achieved, so in that sense the reforms were a success, for corporations, not for the population as a whole. Under such conditions, democracy can hardly be tolerated. Much the same has been true in Europe under the lash of neoliberal austerity programs, which even IMF economists recognize to be unwarranted. But IMF bureaucrats listen to different voices, mostly those of the rich global North banks. Those are the voices that control the unelected troika that determines policy in Europe, the IMF, the European Central Bank, the European Commission. In his important critical analysis of neoliberalism, Failed, economist Mark Weisbrot has carried out a careful and revealing investigation of the political agenda guiding the destructive economic policies. He studied the reports of the regular IMF consultations with member governments of the EU and discovered, quote, a remarkably consistent and disturbing pattern, end quote. The financial crisis was exploited as an opportunity to lock in the neoliberal reforms, spending cuts in the public sector rather than tax increases, reduced benefits and public services, cuts in healthcare, undermining of collective bargaining, and in general moves to create a society, quote, with less bargaining power for labor and lower wages, more inequality and poverty, a smaller government, and social safety nets, and measures that reduce growth and employment, end quote. The IMF papers, Weisbrot concludes, quote, detail the agenda of Europe's decision-makers, and they have accomplished quite a bit of it over the past 5 years, end quote. An agenda that is quite familiar in any country where the neoliberal assault has proceeded. In Europe, too, populations would not vote for these measures, so democracy must be sacrificed on the altar of locking in neoliberal reforms. The device in Europe is straightforward. Transfer decision-making to unelected bodies, the Troika. The public response in Europe resembles what has been happening in the United States. Centrist political institutions are discredited, and public disillusionment, fear, and anger are running high, sometimes taking quite ominous forms. Saúl Alvídrez. Pepe, tell us about workers' self-management and why this issue is so important to you. José Mujica. When I talk about self-management, I'm talking about workers managing themselves collectively. This means learning to manage the place where you work, and doing so with the participation of your fellow workers. The goal should be to replace state and private property with collective property for workers, not for workers to hold these enterprises for private gain, but to pass them on to future generations to administer and develop. We must get out of the era in which we are ordered, commanded, and made to obey, and learn to be self-managed. It is not so simple. I have known workers who have been able to develop cooperative enterprises and have maintained them over years, but they have had to endure pressures from inside and out. There is the corrupting influence of an individualistic and consumerist culture, which pressures all cooperative businesses from the inside. And there is obviously the intense competition of the market, so you need a hard shell. But I firmly believe workers have the capacity to manage their own workplaces. Saúl Alvídrez. Pepe, there are certain institutions, such as privately owned companies or traditional political parties, which seem to me to be outdated, and which may not be up to the challenges of the 21st century. That is why I am interested in the subject of democracy in the workplace. Could we go into this a little deeper? José Mujica. All systems produce culture. The capitalist system in which we are immersed, with its forms of production and distribution, has generated a culture of obedience and dependence. The workers of a company are educated to obey and do what they are told to do. Workers, therefore, don't usually worry about the direction of a company or its future. Workers worry about getting paid at the end of the month, perhaps looking for a better job. I want companies to be run more like families, with workers organized in a way where they work hard but also collectively decide about the management of their company. But in general, owners and managers reserve all decision-making for themselves. The result is that workers often no longer know how to govern themselves, even if they do manage to form a collective project. This is why we sometimes see cooperative enterprises get into a terrible mess. It's not because the people are good or bad at business, but because structurally, workers have not been trained for self-management. What we call education is often training to serve in narrow functions. The struggle is to create a new consciousness that allows workers to organize and collaborate, where a worker gives instructions because they know better, not just because they are a boss. This would be a profound change, and it requires a new culture. My generation confused building socialism with 5-year plans and all the rest, and we did not give much thought to culture. When I was young, I was at Lomonosov Moscow State University. This was in the 1960s, the time of Nikita Khrushchev, and there everybody was amazed by the nylon shirts I had, which came from the West. These shirts were junk, cheaply made, but the students had never seen them and thought they were something wonderful. The Soviet students were obsessed with exotic merchandise and did not realize what their country was producing. They made many tons of steel and aluminum, but there was little cultural change, and if the culture does not change, nothing changes. Saúl Alvídrez. A basic lesson for the left in the 21st century? José Mujica. Yes. Ultimately, any workplace is a collective project, although usually run by a single boss. But we should change this. Noam Chomsky. In 2008, when the world financial system collapsed, the U.S. government took over various sectors of the ailing economy. The U.S. automotive industry was basically taken over by the government. There were options for how to do this, and one option, the one that was chosen, was for the taxpayer to bail out industry and cover losses, and then give the industry back to its former owners, different faces perhaps, but of the same type, and continue to produce what was produced before, automobiles. But there was another option, to take over the industry and turn it over to the workers, to make it a cooperative enterprise. And not necessarily to produce automobiles, which the country does not need. Workers could have pushed the industry to make high-speed trains and improve mass transit, which the country needs, all of which could have offered a better standard of living for the future. If there had been sufficient education and organizing, different decisions could have been made. These kinds of dilemmas come up again and again. Saúl Alvídrez. Professor Chomsky, how would you define anarchism? There is a lot of confusion and misinformation surrounding the idea. It is often associated with disorder, chaos, and violence. Pepe also has an anarchist, libertarian perspective. Leftist, of course, not in the twisted anarcho-capitalist sense. I see that you two converge in your skepticism of authority, which is partly why we are here. I think I really understood democracy when I learned more about anarchism, and I discovered it by studying your work. The leaders of the electoral and bureaucratic left do not talk about anarchism. Noam Chomsky. The concept of anarchism covers a broad spectrum, so there is no single answer, but I think the central element is the simple tendency in human thought to ask, why is it legitimate for anyone to have authority over anyone else? Why is it legitimate for there to be hierarchical structures? We must recognize that no hierarchical structure is self-justifying. Therefore, any form of rule, domination, or hierarchy must be challenged, and if it is unable to justify its existence, as is often the case, it must be dismantled. It seems to me that this is the fundamental principle of anarchist thought and action. José Mujica. When I was 11 or 12 years old, I had a friend who was a union leader representing workers in the meat industry. He was an anarchist, and he explained to me, quote, "Let them throw you out of work for fighting for your rights, never for being a bad worker," end quote. Perhaps these anarchists were different from today's anarchists. Saúl Alvídrez. Is the necessary paradigm shift to abandon the idea of being governed and strive to govern ourselves? Noam Chomsky. Precisely. We cannot be anchored to the idea of someone governing us. In any institution or organization, whatever it is, a university department, a large company, a family, or anything else, it is possible to designate authority so one might agree that some make decisions and others abide by them, but only under the control and permission of the community, with oversight. Appointing individuals to make decisions is not wrong if those individuals are under effective democratic control, but I think any other form of hierarchy or power is basically illegitimate. Saúl Alvídrez. All right, 2 last questions and we're done for the day. It's late. Valeria Wasserman Chomsky. Let's try one more, as I fear we need to finish. Saúl Alvídrez. Of course, it will have to be the most important question I have. Noam Chomsky. You see, Saúl, Valeria has exercised legitimate authority. Saúl Alvídrez. Professor Chomsky, should our goal be a mixed democratic regime with both representative and participatory democracy? Noam Chomsky. I think there are various kinds of formal arrangements that would fulfill the fundamental anarchist principle of power being in the hands of the community at large, and there are many ways of organizing that, but I don't think we are smart enough or knowledgeable enough to design an optimal form of social organization. A lot needs to be explored through experimentation. Some things sound good when you describe them and may not work in practice, so you must explore and learn. But there are principles that must always be observed. One of them is precisely the one we are discussing, that power and authority are not legitimate unless there is a justification for their existence, and they function under effective democratic control. Authority is not legitimate by itself. Its ends and means must be effectively democratic. José Mujica. I agree with you. My point has always been that socialism will be self-managing or it won't be.
José Mujica. I have started to study Athenian democracy again. Aristotle was subversive. He defines a citizen as having the capability and right to participate in governing. Athenian democracy was by lot, and if you were chosen in the lottery, you had to participate. Any citizen could face you in the assembly and criticize you. You also could be a judge. Imagine, Socrates was condemned by a popular jury, chosen by lot. We have never seen anything like this in our time. And yes, I know that the Greeks had slaves at the time, but according to Xenophon, nowhere did they treat slaves so well. And there were slaves all over the world, but there was no democracy anywhere else. Nobody dared. In the 6th century BCE in Athens, they were on the verge of a civil war because of the number of debt slaves. Because at the time, if you contracted a debt and could not pay it, you went into slavery.
Then Solon was elected, who was a poet in addition to being a lawmaker who decided to give freedom to the debt slaves and abolish all debts. The slaves asked Solon to compensate them for what they had lost by being slaves, but that was more than the aristocrats whose slaves had been taken away could bear. And what happened? Solon gave them nothing material, but you know what he did give them? He gave them the right to speak in the assembly and the right to vote. Do you see? He began to give them political power. That's where democracy was born. Democracy was born in a desperate cry against inequality. And yes, of course, I know, Athens was a small society of barely 200,000 people. But look at this. 7,000 people made up the government apparatus of Athens, and they rotated. They were drawn by lot, and they all answered to the assembly. There were 40 elected to oversee military matters and the treasury. You had to be wealthy to be elected to the treasury, because if there was an embezzlement, you had to be able to cover it with your own wealth. Have you ever seen anything like it? Saúl Alvídrez. It's almost unthinkable, even in these times. José Mujica. Today it seems ridiculous. The degree of audacity they had in classical Greece was phenomenal. Well, the heads of the treasury were the only ones they chose. The rest was all by lot, and the judges also. And there's always someone who says, "But that's nonsense. What about expertise and this and that?" Shoot yourself in the foot. The system provided a degree of participation that history had never seen. And we see the rise of theater, comedy. In short, everything was political. But the experiment lasted almost 300 years, more than the whole experience of modern democracy. And there are things that still last. Of course, I am not talking about imitating classical Greece to the letter, but I am talking about the creativity at the base of society and the courage there was to confront and deal with the difficulties of the time. And we have means that the Greeks did not have. Look, now we call it representative democracy, and people vote once every 4 or 5 years? And that's all? Is that democracy? The people can't decide about anything, can't really judge anything, can't even make the decision to build a ditch next to their house, because for everything they need a bureaucrat to stamp it and authorize it. Not even in the smallest municipal matters can one decide if a column goes here or there. Nothing. Saúl Alvídrez. And power you are not using is power you don't have. José Mujica. Our idea of democracy is increasingly truncated, and worse if we consider the concentration of wealth, which is rampant. For example, in Latin America, the 32 richest men have the same wealth as 300 million people. But that is not the worst thing. The worst thing is that their wealth is growing at 20% per year, while the economy of Latin America as a region grows at 2 or 2.5%. That means these guys have more and more, and the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Your Mexican compatriot, Carlos Slim, for example, would have to live for 240 years, spending $1 million a day to be able to use it all. These concentrations of wealth are the greatest threat to democracy. Saúl Alvídrez. While our circumstances are very different from those of classical Greece, what could we adopt from that era? For example, should we be talking about popular consultation and holding more plebiscites? José Mujica. Precisely. I think we must start thinking about new institutions, at least at the local level. There is the plebiscite and others, for example, in the case of Mexico. Saúl Alvídrez. Yes, let's talk about Mexico, please. José Mujica. I'm thinking about President Peña Nieto's energy reform approved in 2014 and decide to lure billions of dollars in investment for the country's oil, gas, and electricity sectors and sell them off to foreign buyers. Saúl Alvídrez. Well, the decision was not made willingly by Mexico. This was really a decision made under U.S. pressure. José Mujica. Yes, pressured from the outside perhaps, but it was embraced by the government of Mexico. Now, what participation did the Mexican people have in that decision? Footnote. Before and after becoming president of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador resisted plans to open the country's energy sector to outside investors. From the start of his term in 2018, he halted the energy reform program advanced by Peña Nieto through administrative measures and later with legislative changes. In 2024, Mexico's new president, Claudia Sheinbaum, enacted a constitutional reform that reshaped the nation's energy sector, reversing the energy policies approved under Enrique Peña Nieto. Sheinbaum said the reform, quote, returns to the people companies that always belonged to the people of Mexico and that were privatized, end quote, end footnote. I bring this up as in the 90s, Uruguay went through something quite similar during the height of the neoliberal era. The government wanted to sell public assets, especially state-owned companies, and always for the same reason, to pay the debt we had abroad. Argentina also did it, selling the country's jewels, yet somehow became even more indebted than before. But we, in Uruguay, have an institution relevant to our discussion of participatory democracy and anarchism, the referendum. By gathering signatures and putting a referendum on the ballot, things can be achieved, and that instrument, which we managed to include in our constitution, helped us to confront the government of President Luis Alberto Lacalle about the sell-off of public assets. We passed that referendum and saved the public companies. Uruguay still has oil extraction, refining, and distribution in the hands of a state-owned company. Production of electricity is managed by a state-owned company. The water consumption by the people is managed by a state-owned company. Saúl Alvídrez. In Mexico, everything is being dismantled and sold off. My generation knows nothing else. José Mujica. I am not saying that state-owned companies are perfect. Saúl Alvídrez. Well, no, but they belong to you, to the citizens. José Mujica. Exactly. For example, the National Oil Company of Uruguay is ANCAP. If it were in the hands of Shell, maybe it would work better, be more efficient, but it would also send its profits abroad. And then, what business would the state have? What would it control? None. The same thing happens with all the other state-owned companies. We managed to preserve that with a referendum. And look, Uruguay is not a socialist state, but we have an important public patrimony. The most important bank in the country, by far, which has about 65% of the market, belongs to the Uruguayan state. And there was no debate about this. Why? Because the people's voices were so clear that we managed to save these public assets. And look, what they are going to tell you about the plebiscite is that people do not have the capacity, and this and that. Saúl Alvídrez. Yes, exactly. That's the first thing they tell me. That people are ignorant, that they are not capable of deciding. José Mujica. Precisely. You have to believe that people also have common sense. Now, if we never trust them, we will never develop it. How do I develop a muscle if I don't exercise it? The great thing about Greek democracy was the exercise of freedom. You must consider how in that historical moment they achieved so many things with only 200,000 people. With participation, things happen. Socrates did not write a single word. He gave talks in the shop of Simon, who was a shoemaker, but a young man went to listen to him, Plato. What little we got from Socrates came from him. Not a single written letter came from Socrates. We only know him from what Plato wrote. Then Plato founded the academy with a rule, quote, whoever does not know geometry should not enter, end quote. Aristotle spent 15 years in Plato's academy, and then he left and went on to found the Lyceum, where he was going to train his people, and one of his disciples was Alexander the Great. He taught Alexander the Great. But then there was Phidias, who was a kind of Michelangelo, and he conceived the Parthenon. They had theater, comedy, all the philosophical currents. Diogenes, for example, was a contemporary of Aristotle. How could there be such a significant group of people whose thinking has consequences that continue to affect us to this day? Saúl Alvídrez. Participation. José Mujica. Because of the exercise of democracy and participation. Saúl Alvídrez. This is what develops in a society based on collective participation. José Mujica. Yes, the public exercise of freedom, the permanent clash and exchange of ideas. That is what we must recover. And I do not mean to do everything the same as they did, but today we have tools that the Greeks did not have, the digital world. I do not belong to a generation that understands digital culture, but I realize that, for better and for worse, this is another horizon out there. Saúl Alvídrez. I am convinced of that. I believe we must make use of communication technologies to massively enable people's participation, and beyond digital democratic tools. Shouldn't the central discourse of the left be to transfer decision-making power to the masses? Because that has not happened. It is a marginal proposal among the leftist leaders we have. José Mujica. Yes, it is true. Look, I think we must start fighting for various public goods, but the most important public good is giving people the opportunity to decide, starting with control of daily life and work. We should focus on self-management and giving responsibility to people over their work. I am not referring to the multiplication of state assets. No, I am referring to public assets managed by the workers themselves, with a sense of responsibility. Saúl Alvídrez. Cooperative enterprises again, right? José Mujica. Yes, exactly. Cooperatives, self-managed enterprises, workers who will suffer the defeats, but who also enjoy the triumphs. But no longer working for a boss. We have to start trying that. We have to start. Because they have impressed us with the idea that management is the right of a special class, a class of superior beings who are the businessmen. Saúl Alvídrez. They say, you workers don't know, can't know. José Mujica. Exactly. You can't. You have to work under our aegis. So we must argue for collective leadership over individual leadership. And I believe that there is talent within people, but we have to prove it and we have to test it. Let's see some action. How are we going to get people to know how to manage things if they never manage a damn thing? We get people used to just going in, working 8 hours and getting paid every 30 days, and then they have nothing to do with it. I think that participation in the labor field is always key, both when things work and when things go wrong. When the company loses and when the company wins, the workers must participate. That is the sense of responsibility. Saúl Alvídrez. When I talk about this, I almost always come across the same response, that allowing people to participate is dangerous because the majority is ignorant and apathetic. That is, people are idiots and prefer that someone else make decisions for them. But I don't think so. I think that people do not participate simply because there are no spaces to do so, and the few that exist are small ones that generally have almost no impact, such as voting every 4 or 6 years on who decides everything else. But if there were real possibilities, mechanisms and tools for empowerment and politicization based on participation. José Mujica. That's exactly why I came back to studying Greek democracy. I thought, but how did they do all that? There is some mystery here. None of Pindar's work comes down to us. He was a lyric poet, and his hymns were either lost or only survive as fragments. Of Phidias, we've lost almost everything. We believe that what the Greeks did didn't work, or that it never happened. For example, Keynes supposedly comes out with his economic policies. Oh yes, Keynesianism, how incredible! But it turns out that it was Pericles who had the idea of having the Parthenon built at a time of labor crisis to solve the problem of unemployment. Do you realize what must have been the level of participation of that society? Their culture was something whose consequences reach down to this day. For example, the feeling of piety is part of the culture the Greeks built, but Christianity takes that and gives it divine roots. It is remarkable how all that developed, but almost all the important humanistic advances start in that historical period. It's astonishing, because it was a permanent public assembly, a permanent discussion forum. Aristotle's teaching and walking in the parks, do you realize what that is? That cannot happen again in the same way, I know. They were different times. The important thing to understand is how the Greeks developed the exercise of participation. Saúl Alvídrez. And even more so now that there are digital means of consulting people almost instantaneously. José Mujica. Of course! Today it is possible to consult an entire nation in half an hour. Saúl Alvídrez. I think this means something important and is potentially a radical change, one that perhaps starts to give power back to the masses. José Mujica. Yes. Saúl Alvídrez. And if that happens, who stops the people? José Mujica. Yes, you are talking about conditions that might allow for a different society, and there will be institutional changes that we cannot foresee today. I think that one of the possibilities opened by new communication technologies is a different institutional way of distributing power and decisions in society, at least theoretically. The degree of participation that people can have using digital tools is greater than what has been dreamed of before. To visualize something similar, one would have to imagine what an Athenian assembly was like. I think the new media environment can begin to open that possibility. But I don't know if our societies will be able to let the people make their own decisions. Our democracies are excessively managerial, and here we are talking about people learning to govern themselves. The technical possibility may exist, but I do not know if we will succeed in generating the political will to exercise it. Saúl Alvídrez. In this sense, would you place communication as an axis of the revolution of the 21st century? José Mujica. Yes, but communication applied as a tool for decision-making. It is not only communication in the traditional sense, but communication understood as the recording of decisions that people can make. I do not see why, in a neighborhood or in a locality, the people themselves cannot participate in making fundamental decisions. A daily consultation can be organized. There is technically no problem in doing this with the methods that exist today. The problem is one of political will, and I know that there will be no lack of people who will say, there is a lack of information for the people, be careful. The technocracy and the bureaucracy will react immediately because that is taking away their power. Remember that if you transfer power to the people, you are taking it away from someone. But the people today decide very little, and to reduce democracy to voting every 4 or 5 years is ridiculous. To call it democracy is absolutely ridiculous. We have an enormous institutional weakness. I hope that the generations to come will propose institutional changes in the way decisions are made. That is why I insist that Athenian democracy should be studied. Why? Because at no other time in history was so much participation given to a handful of people, and there has been no other time in history in which, even though it was a society of barely 200,000 people, so many brilliant people appeared. The only explanation is that they had an intense degree of communication and participation. It was a living assembly. Why? Because the rulers were elected by lot from among the citizens, and you could be drawn by lot, and you had to be a ruler or a judge, and then you were judged in the assembly. So, public participation was a permanent thing for everybody. If you were poor in Athens, they subsidized you to go to the theater, because the theater was part of politics. Everything was political. Never again did humanity make such an audacious experiment. We must remember that this was the city of Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Diogenes, Phidias, Pericles, Euripides. And you say, how is that possible? They are the founders of Western culture, and in such a small society. The only explanation is the degree of participation they had. We don't know how much wealth we are losing by not letting people participate. Now, it is true that the new forms of communication are very encouraging, but this is the benign side of the story. The other side is the management of public opinion through algorithms that allow for the influence and manipulation of millions of people. No dictatorship in the world has previously had this power, and this is terrifying. The question is which direction the digital future will take. Saúl Alvídrez. True. I think that, more than a crisis of democracy, we are living through a crisis of representation. The mere concept of representative democracy in the 21st century seems to me to be a farce. What should the political parties of the 21st century be like? I do not see any of them talking about this, which is why I am not affiliated with any party. José Mujica. To tell you the truth, I'm not sure. Our capacity for communication and participation is beginning to feel almost infinite, and I do not think that the institutions of the future will be satisfied with the kind of representation we have today. It seems to me that humanity will either move toward a kind of autocracy, or it will greatly deepen the participation of citizens in certain fundamental decisions. There will be a decision point, more concentration of power, or a democracy open to the expression of the people's will. Saúl Alvídrez. I have recently started a project to use digital technology to transform our understanding of how people work together. I am thinking of this as a social network for groups, as opposed to individuals. My goal is to focus on how people can have the capacity to join, to inform themselves, decide, and act collectively. My work here is very much inspired by you and Professor Noam Chomsky. Honestly, I am no longer attracted by the idea of leaders at all. I'm focused on how power can be shared by society. José Mujica. I would like to collaborate with you in whatever way I can. Saúl Alvídrez. That means a lot to me. José Mujica. Your restlessness perhaps expresses the stillness of our time. It is a time of questions, of rehearsals, of paths that seem tried and tested. What grows most in the world today is uncertainty. But even in uncertainty, we must not let others direct our fate. Each of us must try to trace our own path. We can then see what can be productively synthesized and what remains. What is clear to me is that happiness cannot be dictated by a state that centralizes everything, that thinks it is going to govern us and tell us what to do or what to wear. One of my habits as president was to refuse to wear a tie. It was a small symbol, a way to say that nobody has the right to tell me what I must wear. I mean, how are we going to tell a guy what to wear? That's ridiculous, isn't it? A funny story. I once went to talk to the King of Norway, and when I arrived, they were waiting with a tie, expecting me to put it on. "Oh yeah?" I said. "Well, I'm not going to. I won't wear a tie. We're leaving." But then they relented and told me not to leave. This is a silly story, but it's a symbol of something important to me. They can set the table with fine tablecloths for the meeting, whatever they want, but don't interfere with my freedom. Freedom is in us, and we must focus on our culture. We have to convince people to fight for their own sense of freedom, equality, socialism, whatever. I've said this before, but my generation believed that by changing economic production relations, we were going to create a new era for man. What we got was bureaucracy that drowned us, right? We don't know which way to go now, but we can't repeat the same mistakes. I discussed this with Hugo Chavez. I told him, look, you put your soul into leading and you might fix something, yes, but socialism in the exact same way? You are going to get a bureaucracy that is going to kill you, brother. Saúl Alvídrez. Is that what happened to Chavez? José Mujica. Hugo Chávez's nobility did not exactly guarantee his success. To move forward, we must find new ways of allowing people to make their own commitments and decisions, and take responsibility for the triumphs and defeats that follow. Politicians and intellectuals. Saúl Alvídrez. Pepe, what is the role of politics? José Mujica. Humans are gregarious. They cannot live in solitude. They need society. The existence of society naturally implies conflicts. Someone must mediate conflicts in society, and this is the role of politics. It is part of human relations. I believe with Aristotle that man is a political animal, but politics should not be seen as a profession. That is where the poison of politics lies. Politics is sometimes seen as a market product. When I go to politics to solve my economic problems, when I expect from politics something for me. This transforms politics into something for the market, which is our contemporary situation. But modern societies are terribly complex. There is a cloud of interests and points of view that are sometimes contradictory. For example, political parties are weakened, but social movements multiply. Those who are fighting for the turtles, those who are fighting for the wetlands, and so on. In other words, there is a host of problems and an impossibility of generalizing these specific problems. But what I know is that politics is more necessary than ever. Politics is not an exact science, nor will it ever be. Politics means having to make decisions amid many uncertainties, but decisions must be made. The failures of politics result from confusion. People think politicians must be paid a lot, that they need a lot of money because it is an important task, and that they must live in grandiose houses with servants and many people who are flattering them, etc. This is not the case. Let us remember that republics were created to represent people in the face of feudalism, to fight for the point of view that nobody is more important than anybody else. People today feel they no longer count, but we still have the senator, the minister, the president, etc., and the system sometimes ends up feeling to the people like a scam. Institutions do not fail. Humans fail, and then we blame the institutions. Let us not ask them for miracles. Saúl Alvídrez. Pepe, you were president. To be president is to have great power. José Mujica. No! It's just being a figurehead, so that people can amuse themselves criticizing you. Power is elusive. Power is distributed among those who manage the society. So, to be president is to try to negotiate among these contradictions, but it doesn't mean to have sustained power. That's an illusion. Power is somewhere, and it exists, but it is hardly visible. Saúl Alvídrez. Professor Chomsky, what is the role of intellectuals in a society? Noam Chomsky. I think their function is to participate in public bodies and try to bring forward their capabilities. Intellectuals are privileged, but there is nothing special about them. They have a degree of privilege that allows them to be qualified to participate in public bodies in which they contribute knowledge and understanding, just like any other person. If we are talking about renewable energy, a scientist can contribute what he or she knows and understands. An engineer, a builder, a craftsman can contribute what they know of how to build things. This is one way more popular movements develop. In fact, if we go back to periods such as the 1930s, many leading scientists and mathematicians were directly involved in workers' education programs. That is why there is a book like Mathematics for Millions, written for the public by a respected mathematician, Lancelot Hogben. These are things that intellectuals can contribute. The wisdom of nature. José Mujica. Our civilization, drawing from both religion and humanism, believes humans are at the apex of nature. This makes us think that because we have power, we have the right. We do not have the humility to grasp the magnitude of the universe. From an anthropological point of view, we are conceited beings. We think we are the most important, and everything is to be subjected to our will. This has led us to do outrageous things to nature, but I don't know why the life of a human is worth more than that of a cockroach, especially as after nuclear war, only the cockroaches are going to be left, and we will disappear. Noam Chomsky. Here is a contribution that indigenous societies are making to modern civilization. As you know, Bolivia and Ecuador, countries with large indigenous populations, have instituted rights for nature. Even constitutionally in Ecuador, this struggle for the rights of the environment is a contribution to supposedly civilized life that, in fact, comes primarily from the indigenous and tribal societies of the world. José Mujica. But we are getting crazier and crazier. Instead of listening to them and fighting to fix environmental problems, we have decided to kill ourselves on an industrial scale and destroy as much as possible. And now the drums of war are beating again. I'm thinking of Ukraine, when we need exactly the opposite. Noam Chomsky. There are many reasons for concern. We can start in the area where Pepe lives. Next door, in Brazil, the government is destroying hope for human survival, and that is no exaggeration. The destruction of the Amazon, as carried out by the Bolsonaro administration, which accelerated this more than ever before, is not only condemning Brazil to a cruel and horrible future, but is a serious blow to the survival of the entire human species, given the important role of the Amazon rainforest in the global ecology. It is also devastating indigenous communities that live in the Amazon. Indigenous communities around the world, tribal communities in Brazil, First Nations people in Canada, survivors of the Native American exterminations, Aboriginal people in Australia, tribal people in India, all of them are trying to show us how to interact with nature in a way that preserves and does not destroy. We certainly know how to destroy. Since August 6, 1945, with the U.S. atomic attack on Hiroshima, humans have shown that they have the capacity to destroy everything. It was a turning point in human history. The question is whether humans will have the moral capacity to control their impulses. And here we can learn from tribal communities around the world that have been doing this successfully for thousands of years. I don't want to romanticize, but it is fundamentally true, and we can learn from them, and unfortunately, we don't have much time to learn. Pepe, I would like to know your opinion about the conflicts that, for example, Evo Morales had with indigenous groups in Bolivia when carrying out development projects in and around their villages. José Mujica. Yes, Morales' policy was contradictory, and this has also been the case in Ecuador. The problem is development attacking Mother Earth and certain indigenous traditions, a difficult problem. But beware, there exists an infantile environmentalism, very typical in intellectual circles and disconnected from reality, which is against development of almost any kind. This almost always comes via NGOs, mostly financed from outside. These outsiders are not people who live off the land, and the problem is that many indigenous communities are influenced and used by these outside movements. Noam Chomsky. But what about the indigenous communities that are not influenced by foreign NGOs? Do you think there is a serious and authentic indigenous effort to preserve their own cultures and societies in the face of development? José Mujica. Yes, of course. There is the Aymara culture. There are also Quechua and Guarani traditions. Imagine, there are places that are sacred, and it is impermissible to dig deep wells in the ground, and they are right. Noam Chomsky. What do you think about the concerns that indigenous communities have about the construction of large infrastructure projects? José Mujica. Mining and drilling for oil create huge environmental problems. Noam Chomsky. Do you see any way to accommodate development objectives and indigenous interests? José Mujica. Things must be negotiated, and we must be patient and always have the participation of the people impacted by projects. If people are not convinced of the value of a project, it means endless conflict. But we must remember how much damage the white man has done to the land. Noam Chomsky. In the past, but what about today? Is it the same? José Mujica. I believe that now the white man has tools to see things that he did not see before, but that capitalism is blind, motivated only by profit. Noam Chomsky. True, but the problem that I consider most worrisome is this. Can governments that emerge from indigenous majorities, such as those of Rafael Correa in Ecuador or Evo Morales in Bolivia, undertake development programs that are congruent with the authentic interests of the indigenous population? José Mujica. All this is a challenge, because it is subject to the class dynamics within the countries themselves. For example, Evo had to fight with an agricultural oligarchy from Santa Cruz de la Sierra, whose interests were not the same as those in the indigenous areas, and there he had a very different struggle. And Correa experienced a similar situation in Ecuador. He faced a frankly oligarchic banker who became president in 2021, Guillermo Lasso. In other words, the situation in Latin America is eclectic, and there are big differences within each debate. Part 4. Survival. The future. Noam Chomsky. I think it is important to say that there have recently been some positive signs. I am thinking of Corbyn in England and Sanders in the United States. I think these are sources of hope. José Mujica. Yes, I agree. Noam Chomsky. Sanders was the most spectacular development in recent U.S. political history, and now the most popular political figure on the left. Corbyn is a very decent person who, without any financial support and while being harshly attacked by the media from across the spectrum, especially The Guardian, and being hated by fellow MPs and leaders of the Labour Party, was expected to lose catastrophically in the 2017 elections. But the election increased the vote for Labour to a degree we hadn't seen since 1945. That was quite an achievement. He didn't win, but he came close. Both Sanders and Corbyn have demonstrated that there is indeed electoral support for left-wing programs. Sanders even used the word socialism, an unmentionable term in the United States. José Mujica. It has been a political sin to say the word in the U.S. Noam Chomsky. Yes, a sin, but it didn't matter. Sanders received enormous support from younger people. Among younger voters, left projects are popular, and Sanders has been far ahead of any other politician. Even in continental Europe, there are some important developments, such as the movement being organized by Yanis Varoufakis, the Democracy in Europe Movement 2025, DM25, which is growing. It is like the Sanders and Corbyn phenomenon, a serious democratic movement, which I think has a lot of potential. José Mujica, no doubt about it. Lucia Topolansky. And we can add Podemos in Spain. Noam Chomsky. We can, yes. And the mayor of Barcelona, Ada Colau, is a progressive. We met her and her advisors, and they are quite amazing. Other positive signs are, for example, the technological development and cost of renewable energy, which continues to go down fast. Even in the more reactionary parts of the US, there is a trend toward wind and solar energy because it is getting cheaper and cheaper. So despite all the interests against it, there is a possibility of changing things. José Mujica. I agree. There are positive signs, but the problem remains the blind selfishness of the capitalist system, which creates insurmountable contradictions. We will need to depend on the struggle. Nothing is determined. Everything will depend on the capacity of people, especially young people, to right the ship. Noam Chomsky. There are developments that are making a difference. There are populist activist movements taking steps to build the elements of a livable future, and they can do so even in the present unfavorable political situation.
For example, the US political leadership is extremely dangerous, but at the same time there are positive things taking place. For example, on the climate issue, under the Trump administration, and the Republicans are outrageous on climate change, communities, even conservative communities, such as San Diego, are moving toward a model entirely based on renewables. In old industrial areas, manufacturing has virtually collapsed, but now there is a growing movement toward worker-owned, cooperative enterprises. So, from the bottom up, there are encouraging signs emerging, even under very damaging political leadership. I think this is happening all over the world, and young people are watching. As I say, these are signs of real hope. As I mentioned, San Diego is now moving to 100% reliance on renewable energy. Massachusetts, a progressive state, has programs in place to eliminate fossil fuels within 20 to 30 years. Texas, which is a reactionary state, now relies heavily on wind energy simply because it is economically more advantageous. So, you see a lot of developments showing the potential to overcome the destructive policies of the national government. We see it in many places, and much of it is being driven from below. People are concerned. They understand the problem and are trying to create a livable environment. But they are also benefiting economically for the simple reason that renewable energy is becoming cheaper than fossil fuels, and it employs people, so there are workers who are interested. What is in fact delaying most movement in the United States on this issue is not so much corporate pressure, but religious pressure. The evangelical community opposes renewable energy for a very simple reason. They are waiting for the second coming of Christ. So why bother with renewable energy? 40% of the population thinks that climate change can't be a big problem because Christ is coming soon. And that's not public manipulation, but a cultural problem that is deeply rooted. The US has been a very religious society since its origins, and that is now an important political element that is organized. But that religious culture is not monolithic. There are divisions. There are paths to follow that lead to substantial change. José Mujica, I do not have the vision to see how the future will evolve, but some things stand out. Today there is growing nonconformism. If you look at the universities and how differently students view the world from my generation, I believe you can see the spark to create a different world. Sanders is an encouraging sign, and his movement was strong in the universities, where Trump is weak. But the world is going to have to view our current predicaments more seriously, because economic and technological developments require us to move quickly to change things. I will admit to one doubt. I sometimes feel there is a lack of strength and toughness among the younger generation. A lack of the kind of fortitude that I associate with indigenous people. Strength will be important to guarantee the survival of our species. Do you understand me? Saúl Alvídrez. Do you think my generation has an inherent weakness? José Mujica. I think the younger generation has a strong intellectual foundation, but perhaps there is some weakness. Technological progress has made life easier. And it is a problem because this generation will have to move in a world of great difficulty. That is my worry. Will they have the fortitude required to meet all the challenges? But to live is also to doubt. My gut does not doubt. I am optimistic. I believe in people, and it is only the rational part of my mind that doubts. Saúl Alvídrez. Are we too sentimental? José Mujica. We all start by feeling, then we think and find the reasons for our feelings. And it should be the other way around. My generation has a rationalist, Jacobin ancestry. This was our foundation, and this is why we always tended to think in programmatic terms. But look, it has been 100 years since the Russian Revolution, and 50 since the death of Che Guevara. But the new generations never cease to attract my attention. What has had the greatest impact on me is what I have seen in universities in Japan, England, and Mexico. In the university world, there is something exciting, a rebelliousness which may or may not be absorbed by the market. I see that young people are questioning the world and its problems. Because of the need to satisfy the demands of the economy, the university sector tends to grow, because capitalism needs more and more qualified people. And this, of course, tends to change the idea we have of the working class, men wearing overalls and all that. The revolutionary subject has changed. We are now more likely to see exciting changes in the universities as opposed to the factories, and that is why political work within the framework of the university seems so important to me. Saúl Alvídrez. Professor Chomsky, what paradigms do you think the left, and especially young people, should adopt to develop a technologically and politically advanced society capable of overcoming the challenges of the 21st century? Noam Chomsky. I would point to ideas that come out of the left, including anarchism, but in social theory and in our general understanding of society, what we understand is quite superficial. I don't think there are radically new paradigms that we are likely to discover or have yet to discover. The useful paradigms are there. They tend to reappear in the march of human history. Throughout human history, there has existed a tendency that is often repressed but then flares up again. That tendency seeks to create institutional arrangements in which people control their own lives by making their own decisions and not by obedience to hierarchy or authority. This manifests itself in all dimensions of life, whether in social structure or in women's rights, and I think the paradigm of the left should be to encourage libertarian tendencies. I don't mean libertarian in the American sense. I mean authentic left libertarian tendencies that challenge and go beyond hierarchy and authority, which put decisions about life in the hands of the people, from ownership and control of an enterprise by workers to the elimination of patriarchal family structures, or just about any other structure you can think of. I believe that a permanent task of the left is to create conditions in which people can control their lives, to build cultural forms that are appropriate for themselves. I mean liberating people from the restrictions that prevent them from thriving, and these are old elements of the left. They appear in the anarchist tradition in modern times and in the Marxist anti-Bolshevik left and elsewhere. I think we must encourage and develop these ideas, encourage people to overcome their own psychological barriers, to free themselves from ideas like, okay, I'm willing to take orders as long as I have enough gadgets in my house. We must overcome that. All this was understood in the earliest period of the Industrial Revolution, and it can be recovered. I believe these are tasks for the left in all aspects of life and social organization, to increase freedom, to allow all people to benefit from the cultural wealth of the past and of other civilizations, and to develop their own inner resources to create the culture of tomorrow. And what a task for the left. José Mujica. Of course, but you cannot create what you do not practice, so we must recover that leftist conscience. Noam Chomsky. One of the things I have learned from Valeria is to take much more seriously Paulo Freire's basic message that you don't teach people, you learn from them, and I think any good teacher would agree with this. In addressing young people, I think we should encourage them to think for themselves and to tell us what they think or want to do, to work together to discover what is right for the world they are going to live in. One of the saddest aspects of modern life is what I see every night when I go home, when I look at my email. Every day there are a dozen letters from young people saying, I'm 20 years old and I'm trying to figure out what to do with my life. Tell me what to do. That's completely the wrong question. They should tell me what they think we should be doing, and then we'd be figuring it out together. My message to young people is, think for yourself.
In my view, the main objective is to take the blindfold off and look at the world as it really is. If we do so, we see the challenges. Young people today are faced with questions that have never arisen in the history of the species. They are faced with the question of whether the species can survive in any decent way, and that is a very real question. The message to young people is that you must look at that honestly, accurately, understand the challenges well, figure out all the elements involved, and then think for yourself. You must think for yourself about how you are going to meet these challenges. First, accept the responsibility you must face. Challenges are not going to disappear on their own, and they must be faced in this generation. Once you understand this, work with others and find methods for dealing with the collective problems. It can be done. There are already many ideas, many proposals, and there is much to learn. But nothing is more important than taking the initiative and working to define what comes next. Saúl Alvídrez. Pepe, with all the experience you carry on your shoulders, and knowing the great love you have for humanity, what do you say to all the young people on the planet? José Mujica. I have love for life, not just for humanity. Humanity is just part of the stream of life. I am almost an animist in this. With Nietzsche, I believe that humans need to have a cause for living while embracing the challenges and complexities of life, which is what distinguishes humans from the rest of the animals. Because to be alive is a miracle. But one can live simply like a vegetable, or else, after being born, one can give meaning to life and act from this meaning and purpose. This is the luxury that consciousness gives us, and that allows us to create civilization, to live with a cause, in solidarity with others and with life, and this is what will give us happiness. Life must be taken care of, and we must be allowed to flourish and multiply, and this is the fight for freedom. To live is to be free, and to be free is, as Noam says, to take off the blindfold, and there is a blindfold to take off every day. Don't let your freedom be stolen. You can't give up your freedom to the demands of the market. Freedom must serve life. You must be the master of your own life, and not allow it to be managed by a television screen or a cell phone. José Mujica. A major problem is that we have young people who act old, who are totally absorbed by the consumerist dynamics imposed by society. They do not question things, they just go through the motions. But in universities there are young people who are beginning to educate themselves and question things, which is promising to the extent that these young people have the capacity not to be absorbed by the culture imposed by capitalism. This is where I see signs of hope for the future. My generation dreamed of an independent proletariat. We imagined strong men in overalls in gigantic factories, and that's what happened. What is coming is the world we see in today's universities. This generation must fight against dreams of changing one car for a newer one, or a luxurious trip to Miami. These things cannot end up absorbing them, and they must have a sense of responsibility to the society to which they belong. But we must also keep in mind that there is another part of humanity, one that is neither young nor old, the one that hurts the most. People who feel they have no place in the world, people who may seem to us born to be victims. These are the multitudes in Africa and in Latin America who want to emigrate, the people who get on the train in Central America to go north, the desperate of the world. They are neither young nor old, they are victims. We must fight to fully incorporate them into our society. This is not an easy task, because our civilization leads you by the nose to become a consumerist. You must think of the image of the happy man, who, according to the Bible, had nothing, not even a shirt, and understand that happiness is not found in wealth. Either you achieve happiness with little, or you achieve it with nothing. And I think there are two ways to die, resigning or fighting. Young people are the ones who will succeed us, and their fundamental role in the world,
at this moment is to save nature and force governments to alter course on the coming climate disaster. If the world does not set out to reverse climate change, we are lost. And governments are not going to do this unless young people take to the streets and force them to do it. Noam Chomsky: what you say is true, and we should be ashamed of the fact that we have imposed this burden on young people. When Greta Thunberg stands up in Davos, at the meetings of the rich and powerful, and says, "You have betrayed us," she is right. Our generation betrayed you. We have imposed on young people the task of rescuing civilization from our failure. We destroyed the world, and it is your task to try to rescue something from the chaos we left you. It is ugly, but it is true. But young people are joining the fight. We see this at international meetings to combat climate change. While inside there are glamorous rooms full of elegant people talking about how to avoid doing something, outside, in the streets, tens of thousands of young people are protesting, demanding that we do what must be done to save ourselves from disaster. The question is, which of these two forces will prevail? We should be doing what the protesters demand. We cannot give up the fight. We must do all we can to help the younger generation overcome the crimes of our generations committed. José Mujica: no doubt about it. I believe that the worst fight is the one that is not fought. Life has taught me that no lamb was saved by wandering alone, and that therefore the defense of life obliges us to unite and encourage young people trying to save the planet, because that is the true cause. Noam Chomsky: we must also listen to the indigenous people of the world on how to live in harmony with nature, just as we must listen to young people who demand that we escape from our suicidal path. José Mujica: the world to come is unpredictable, but for the world to continue to exist, younger generations will have to force governments to change. I know it is difficult, but nothing will change if people do not fight. History teaches us that everything that has been achieved was because there were people who had the capacity to devote a good part of their existence to struggle for the important things. Nothing fell as a gift from the gods. Of course, it's very difficult to change. But if we do not force our governments to do so, our future is perhaps doomed. We must see the world clearly and speak simply. There is no other way than to fight. Young people and university students should be listened to at this moment, and let us not expect anything from the fossilized world that governs Europe or the West. Let us expect a ray of hope from a new generation, from young workers, with them and for them. Let us not expect anything from the United Nations. Let us not expect anything from the international organizations. People must push their governments, especially the countries that have historical responsibility for what is happening. I am talking about Europe, the United States, Russia, and China, what we call the developed world. Noam Chomsky: I think you sum up our present predicament well. Saúl Alvídrez: Pepe, you risked your life many times to change the world, and you paid for this daring with jail and with much suffering. Tell me, tell all the young people of the world, where does that strength come from? José Mujica: look, if you walk through the woods and stop for the night to sleep, you will be surprised that at dawn, at first light, almost all the birds sing and talk. You get the impression that they are grateful that the night is over. That day has come, and they are alive. There is no point in eternal sadness or eternal submission. The day dawns, and you must start over again. The value of life is not in triumph. There is no triumph because in the end death always awaits. Real triumph is getting up every time you fall and starting again. To start over is to fall in love again, to recover from an illness and keep going, to lose a job and get another, to be betrayed by a friend and continue to cultivate new friends, to have the capacity to overcome despair, always.